Chapter 838. Lu Sha refused to live a life of being restrained by the threats of another. Lu Sha's ferocious voice resounded as the dagger swept at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's strength was formidable indeed, and it was especially so for his physical body, because it was much stronger than many monarch realm demon beasts that Lu Sha had met in his lifetime. However, he suspected that Yang Yi was heavily injured, and had discerned this from two aspects. Firstly, if Yang Yi wasn't injured, then as an Exalt realm expert, there would be no need for Yang Yi to travel by carriage. After all, he could just fly to his destination. But Yang Yi hadn't. Secondly, the disciples of the Tao Order were ruthless people, and they absolutely wouldn't leave potential troubles behind when they did anything. Yang Yi could instantly annihilate ordinary monarch realm experts, but he hadn't crushed the entire Yi clan in Skywind City, and had chosen to flee instead. So, Lu Sha was certain that Yang Yi was definitely heavily injured right now. As for the reason he attacked Yang Yi, it was very simple as well. He refused to believe that Yang Yi would spare him. Every single disciple of the Tao Order was a ruthless person, so he might die right away once Yang Yi recovered. He, Lu Sha, was a decisive person. So, he attacked decisively once he thought all of this through. Yang Yi didn't dodge Lu Sha's sudden attack. Of course, he had no intention of doing so, nor did he try to block the dagger. He smashed his fist towards Lu Sha's stomach instead. Clang! Bang! Lu Sha's dagger struck Yang Yi's throat, while Yang Yi's fist smashed against Lu Sha's stomach. Yang Yi remained motionless on the spot while Lu Sha spat out a mouthful of blood instead, and then his figure curled up as it flew backwards. However, he didn't fly far before he forcefully stopped himself. Yang Yi touched his throat, and there was a shallow mark there. However, his skin hadn't been penetrated. He raised his head and gazed at Lu Sha. "Looks like you intend to betray the sect." "Betray it?" Lu Sha spoke fiercely. "I dare not do that. Enmity has formed between us, and I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to sleep and eat in peace if I don't kill you now. Yi Zhan, Duan Lang, if he isn't killed today, then I, the Yi clan, and the Broken Saber Villa will be annihilated. So stop holding back and fucking use your trump cards." Ferocious expressions instantly appeared in the eyes of Yi Zhan and the others when they heard him. Just as Lu Sha had said, they would be the ones to die if Yang Yi didn't. Not only would they die, the clans and sects which stood behind them would be annihilated as well. "Grandpa Yi, you join forces with Brother Lu and deal with him. I'll go capture those two women from the Fan clan." As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lang's figure shot swiftly towards the carriage. At the same time, both Yi Zhan and Lu Sha immediately charged at Yang Yi. Lem! Suddenly, a sword howl shot into the sky, and then Duan Lang's head flew off into the air. Meanwhile, his body was still charging towards the carriage, and it shot forward for around 3 m before finally crashing to the ground. "Duan Lang!" Yi was stunned for a moment, and then she ran madly towards Duan Lang's corpse. Yi Zhan and Lu Sha stopped moving, and they gazed at Yang Yi with astonishment. A sword had suddenly appeared in Yang Yi's grasp. "Trash!" Yang Yi waved his sword about and said, "All of you are trash." When he spoke up to this point, he gazed at Lu Sha and said, "Lu Sha, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Kill Yi Zhan and compensate me with 10,000 extreme-grade energy stones, and I'll let bygones be bygones. After all, it's a disgrace for us to be killing each other, and I don't want those above me to have a bad impression of me. Of course, you can also join forces with him to kill me. Hee hee." As he finished speaking, there was a strange smile on Yang Yi's face, and that smile caused Lu Sha's heart to feel cold. "Yang Yi! I'll kill you!" Meanwhile, Yu suddenly charged at Yang Yi. "You were! Come back here quickly! You aren't a match for him!" Yi Zhan was horrified and was about to act. However, a ray of light flashed, and then Yu's body was split into half at the waist. Fresh blood surged out from within her while her internal organs splattered all over the ground. It was beyond bloody. Yi Zhan's eyes almost split apart from the rage he felt, and the profound energy within him started surging madly. Meanwhile, Lu Sha was astounded, and he subconsciously took a step back. At this moment, he wouldn't believe it even if Yang Yi said that he wasn't from the Tao order. Yang Yi! They'll chop you into pieces! Yi Zhan roared and was about to attack. But a ray of cold light suddenly attacked him from behind, and it caused his expression to change drastically. He forcefully twisted his body, tore through space, and flashed over 30 m away. When he looked back, he saw that a person was standing where he stood just an instant ago, and it was Lu Sha. Lu Sha! What are you doing? Yi Zhan was furious. Are you really believing his nonsense? Is there something wrong with you? We'll definitely be able to eliminate him if we join forces. Right, he's absolutely right. Yang Yi grinned. Lu Shan, he's absolutely right. You can consider his offer. Lu Sha had an indeterminate expression on his face. A short while passed before he took a deep breath, and then he smiled to Yang Yi. Senior brother Yang, you must be joking. We're both from the Tao order, so how could I possibly kill someone from my own sect? Since this old dog from the Yi clan wants to make us kill each other, his intentions are clearly malicious. Senior brother Yang, how about we join forces to kill him instead? Yan Ye's eyes narrowed slightly while his face turned gloomy. Lu Sha, stop playing tricks with me. I'll give you one last chance. If you don't kill him and hand over 10,000 extreme grade energy stones, then I'll cripple you right now. Of course, you can try to join forces with him and kill me. Lu Sha had an extremely unsightly expression on his face. The desire deep within his heart was one that desired Yang Ye's death. However, he wasn't confident in his ability to kill Yang Yi, even if he joined forces with Yi Zhan. After all, every single member of the earthly path was an extraordinary expert, and surmounting their realm of cultivation to battle those of a higher realm was as simple as eating to them. Lu Sha. Yi Zhan spoke hastily when he noticed Lu Sha's hesitance. He's only at the Exalt realm while I'm a high-rank Monarch realm expert. I'm even only half a step away from the Half-Saint realm. As for you, you can surmount your own realm of cultivation to do battle. So he'll definitely die if we join forces. Bullshit. Lu Sha suddenly shouted at Yi Zhan. You old dog. You truly do harbor malicious intent. You're actually trying to drive a wedge between us. I swear that I'll kill you today. Lu Sha's figure flashed while he spoke, and he shot towards Yi Zhan. In the end, Head decided to kill Yi Zhan. Because Yang Yi had truly been too calm and composed from the very beginning. Moreover, Yang Yi was looking at him like a cat that was looking at a mouse, and it was filled with ridicule. He didn't have the slightest confidence to face Yang Yi. Especially when the baleful energy Yang Yi possessed was much stronger than his own. If he were to fight Yang Yi, then his slaughter intent would be completely useless. Conversely, while Yi Zhan was a high-rank Monarch realm expert, he was still quite confident in his ability to kill Yi Zhan. After all, Monarch realm experts who hadn't come from powerful sects were too weak to existences like him. Lu Sha. You fool. He's definitely injured. Even if we can't kill him, our joint forces would be sufficient to heavily injure him and force him to flee. You idiot! Yi Zhan cursed as he fought Lu Sha. At this moment, Lu Sha had made his decision. So, he completely ignored Yi Zhan's curses and just attacked like a madman. While Yi Zhan was at the high rank of the Monarch realm, he didn't have much of an advantage against Lu Sha. However, the gap in their cultivations made it so that Lu Sha wasn't able to gain an advantage over him as well. So, they were in a deadlock. Yang Yi wasn't standing by idly either. Watch out on your right. Dodge. Move forward. Stab towards the upper right. As the two of them fought, Yang Yi constantly told Lu Sha about Yi Zhan's flaws. In the beginning, Lu Sha was quite doubtful, but it didn't take long for him to realize that everything Yang Yi said was actually true. At this moment, he felt extremely fortunate to have made such a choice. As for Yi Zhan, he grew more and more horrified as the battle carried on. Because Lu Sha was able to anticipate his every move with Yang Ye's guidance, and it caused him to be completely suppressed. Moreover, There had been many moments where he had almost suffered injuries. Yizhan glanced at Yang Yi, who stood calmly in the distance, and he instantly aroused the intent to retreat. While Lu Sha's cultivation was inferior to his, he couldn't do anything to Lu Sha in a short period of time as well. Of course, he wasn't afraid of Lu Sha, he was afraid of Yang Yi, who stood there while seeming to have no intention to join the battle. Yang Yi grew more and more mysterious and terrifying in his eyes. "He's going to flee!" Suddenly Yang Yi said. "If he succeeds, then you, Lu Sha, can go to hell." Yizhan's pupils constricted slightly when he heard Yang Yi. He hadn't imagined that even his intent to flee had actually been noticed by Yang Yi, and it horrified him. He didn't dare hesitate in the slightest. He immediately slapped Lu Sha back, and then pulled space apart, causing a huge hole to appear before him. Yizhan was about to enter the spatial rift and teleport away. However, Lu Sha suddenly shouted, "Shadow strike!" As soon as he finished speaking, the smell of blood suddenly appeared here, and then Lu Sha's figure transformed into a ray of blood-red light that vanished on the spot. Hiss! At the instant that Yizhan was about to enter the spatial rift, a stream of blood suddenly shot out from his chest. However, the spatial rift closed at the same time and Yizhan was a few thousand kilometers away. Lu Shan supported himself on the ground with one of his knees, and his countenance was pale. The technique he executed earlier, Shadow Strike, was his strongest attack, and it had exhausted almost 90% of the profound energy within him. Swoosh! Suddenly, a ray of light flashed, and then Lu Sha's eyes opened wide. He asked, "Why?" "He got away!" Yang Yi walked over to Lu Sha and continued, "Of course, you would suffer the same fate even if you killed him." Lu Sha asked the same question again. "Why?" "I honor my promises to some," Yang Yi said. "However, I prefer being shameless to some as well." As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, Lu Sha's head dropped to the ground, and a fountain of blood sprayed from his neck. However, Yang Yi's expression suddenly changed drastically, and the ancient sheath instantly appeared in his grasp. At the same time, he sheathed his sword in it. "Who dares to kill a disciple of my Tao order?" A voice that sounded like a thunderclap resounded from the sky, and then a huge palm tore through space and clawed down forcefully at Yang Yi. "It's a half-saint at least." A cold glow flashed through Yang Yi's eyes as he said, "My ancient sword school!" As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi suddenly drew his sword. Wham! A sword howl shot up into the air, and it shook the entire sky. Chapter 839. Accompanying the sword howl was a ray of sword energy that tore through space and smashed against the enormous palm. Hiss! It was instantly slashed into half. The ancient sword school! At the exact same moment when that spatial rift closed, a furious howl resounded from within it. Yang Yi moved his gaze away and gestured. The spatial ring on Lu Sha's hand instantly flew into his palm, and then he flashed into the carriage. As soon as he did, he repeatedly spat out numerous mouthfuls of blood, and it almost scared Fan Li and Fan Meng to death. Fan Meng was about to speak when Yang Yi flicked with his finger, and a strand of powerful wind struck the Pegasus outside, causing it to instantly transform into a ray of white light that vanished on the spot. "Yang Yi, are you alright?" Fan Meng was terrified to the point she started crying when she saw the blood that covered Yang Yi's mouth. Yang Yi shook his head lightly, and then he gazed at Fan Li. "Do you have more extreme-grade energy stones?" Fan Li waved her hand and a spatial ring appeared before Yang Yi. "There are over 5,000 in there." When she spoke up to this point, she hesitated for a moment before producing another white pill and said, "This is a high-grade blood recovery pill. It's used to heal injuries, so it should be useful to you." Yang Yi didn't refuse it and immediately swallowed it. After that, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Actually, he was in an extremely dangerous situation earlier. If Lu Sha and Yizhan had joined forces just now, then he would at least have to pay a price that was a few times worse than the price had just paid in order to kill them. After all, Yizhan was a high-rank monarch realm expert. So, besides the mortal sword and Heavenrand, his other methods of attack like his sword energy and physical strength were utterly insufficient to kill him. As for Lu Sha, while he was only an Exalt Realm expert, his strength wasn't inferior to a Monarch Realm expert. So if they were to join forces, then he would have to execute Heavenrand twice at the very least. Moreover, if they took precautions against him, then even Heavenrand might not be able to instantly kill them. After all, he wasn't able to overlap them right now. In the end, it was his wit that had allowed him to attain victory while paying such a small price. During this period where his strength had weakened, Yang Yi had gained understanding over a huge number of things. One of them was that he should really use his head sometimes. Because if he used it well, then he could achieve numerous things with half the effort. If he hadn't instantly killed Yi Yu and Duan Lang earlier, and then deterred Lu Sha, the consequences would be unimaginable. After all, he had Fan Meng and Fan Li with him. He could run if he couldn't win the battle, but could they? If it was just Fan Li, then he wouldn't have interfered in the matters between the Yi clan and the Fan clan. But since Fan Meng was involved, he had no choice but to interfere. Actually, there wasn't a very deep and long relationship between him and Fan Meng. After all, had only known her for just half a month of time. However, when Fan Meng had blocked Fan Li's whip for him and jumped down to the swamp with him in her arms, he knew that he couldn't just stand by idly when things were related to her. Perhaps he would have to pay a certain price for helping her, but it might be able to save her entire life. After all, if he didn't save her, then the fate that awaited her was obvious. Utilizing Heavenrand against that half-saint from the Tao Order caused problems to arise within him again. Not only had his meridians cracked apart even more, there even were cracks on his internal organs. Fortunately, he was at the Exalt realm now, and his physical body was much stronger than before. So, it wasn't lethal to him for now. 2 hours later, and after he absorbed the medicinal pills and energy stones which he got from Fan Li, the injuries within him had finally been suppressed for now. Yang Yi slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he did, he noticed both Fan Li and Fan Meng squatting before him while staring at him. Fan Meng was shocked when she saw Yang Yi open his eyes, and she asked in a slightly nervous tone, Are you all right? Yang Yi shook his head and said, I'm fine for now. Both of them instantly heaved sighs of relief. I'm sorry, Fan Li suddenly said. It was something between my Fan clan and the Yi clan, yet you were dragged into it. Yang Yi shook his head. He knew that he was courting death a little by interfering in the Fan clan's business while he was in such a state. However, could he just watch as that little girl, Fan Meng, fall into the fire pit that's the Yi clan? He couldn't. Moreover, he really didn't take the Yi clan and Broken Saber Villa seriously. Yang Yi suddenly asked, Do you know where Lu Weiner is? His goal was to find Lu Weiner. Because if he did, then he might be able to find out about in Nanjing, Xiaoyushi, and the others' whereabouts. The Sword Emperor Lu Weiner? Fan Li had a trace of surprise in her eyes. Aren't you Daoist Gu? She seemed to have thought of something when she spoke up to this point, and there was astonishment in her eyes. At this moment, she understood that Yang Yi wasn't a disciple of the ancient sword school, and he was just pretending to be one. Fan Li's face turned ghastly pale when she thought up to this point. Yang Yi stated, Don't worry, I'll leave once I've taken both of you to somewhere sage. I won't allow both of you to be dragged down with me. Even though he didn't have a good idea of the ancient sword school's strength, and didn't know how terrifying it was, based on his current knowledge, it was definitely an enormous power that was absolutely not something he could fight right now. Fan Li shook her head and said, If it wasn't for you, then both Little Meng and I would have become toys for the Yi clan by now. I know that I really was very selfish in the past, you really hate me, and you wouldn't have interfered in the business of my Fan clan and the Yi clan if it wasn't for Little Meng. All I want to say is that you saved both our lives. So, no matter how bad it is, we're still willing to face it with you. Yang Yi glanced at Fan Li. He hadn't expected that this selfish woman before him would actually speak such words. In his opinion, once she found out that he was pretending to be a disciple of the ancient sword school, then she should have immediately taken Fan Meng with her and stay away from him. Fan Li suddenly asked, "You intend to go look for Lu Weiner?" Yang Yi nodded. Fan Li fell silent for a short while, and then she said, "It's quite difficult." Yang Yi frowned. "Why?" She spoke in a low voice. "Lu Weiner should be in the headquarters of the ancient sword school, and it's at least over 500,000 kilometers away from here. We would have to go through over a dozen mountain ranges in order to get there, and there'll definitely be formidable demon beasts on these mountain range. There might even be demon commanders amongst them. In short, it'll definitely be an extremely dangerous journey." 500,000 km. Yang Yi frowned. If it was in the past, then such a distance would be nothing to him, and he could traverse it on his sword in just half a month of time. Yet now, not to mention traveling on his sword, he didn't even dare to try and fly for a while. After all, it consumed a huge amount of profound energy. On the other hand, if he relied solely upon the carriage, then not to mention the time it would take, even their safety would be a huge problem. "I have an idea," Fan Li suddenly said. "Silver rank sects usually have teleportation formations. While it's impossible for there to be any teleportation formations around here that can transport someone 500,000 kilometers away. However, we can teleport to the large cities, and then utilize the teleportation formations there." Yang Yi quickly asked, "Where can I find one?" "Stellar Sky City," Fan Li continued. "It has a teleportation formation that can teleport us to Martial Enlightenment City that's 50,000 kilometers away. But Stellar Sky City is probably facing quite a bit of trouble right now. According to the information I received, the Beastmaster sect joined forces with Broken Saber Villa and another silver rank sect to attack Stellar Sky City. If it's destroyed, then..." Yang Yi understood what she intended to say. If it was destroyed, then he would be walking into a trap if he went there. After all, there was quite a bit of enmity between him and both the Beastmaster sect and Broken Saber Villa. "We're heading to Stellar Sky City." In the end, Yang Yi decided to go there because he didn't want to take a huge circle. Fan Li glanced at him before she nodded. After their destination was decided, Fan Li started to guide the carriage because she knew where Stellar Sky City was. In the carriage, Fan Meng had fallen asleep. After all, she hadn't slept well for the last few days because of the matter with the Yi clan. Yang Yi withdrew Lu Sha's spatial ring, and it didn't take him too long to break open the spiritual brand on it. He was overjoyed when he laid eyes on its contents because there were actually almost 10,000 extreme-grade energy stones within it. Besides that, there were 3 mid-grade Dao rank daggers. While he was a sword cultivator, it didn't represent that he couldn't use daggers. After all, daggers were the best weapon to take an opponent by surprise during close-quarters combat. Yang Yi noticed a scroll within it as well, and he was slightly stunned when he opened it up. Because it was actually a Dao rank technique, and it was even one at the high grade. Shadow Strike, condensation of baleful energy and slaughter intent. Yang Yi gradually revealed a smile as he looked over its description. Because he noticed that it really suited him. Most importantly, it didn't require any profound energy. All it needed was baleful energy and slaughter intent. Moreover, the stronger one's baleful energy and slaughter intent were, the stronger it would be. As for the difficulty to cultivate it successfully, perhaps it was very difficult for others because it was very difficult to control baleful energy and slaughter intent. After all, the slightest mistake might cause the user to suffer backlash. However, Yang Yi didn't have to worry about that at all, because he possessed the enlightened sword heart. Moreover, his attainments in the sword Dao far exceeded his attainments in the Dao of slaughter. So, unless he truly killed too many one day, and it was to the point his enlightened sword heart couldn't suppress it any longer, then he might suffer backlash from utilizing this technique. But for now, it was far from that. It took less than 4 hours for Yang Yi to master the Shadow Strike technique, and he instantly became much more confident once he had this Dao rank technique which didn't need profound energy to be utilized. Suddenly, the carriage stopped moving. Yang Yi frowned and left it. Meanwhile, Fan Li was pointing ahead as she said, Look, look! Her voice was trembling slightly. Yan Yi looked over and saw 3 pitch-black coffins lying on an empty expanse of the ground not too far away from him. All 3 coffins were laid down horizontally and just happened to obstruct their path. Chapter 840. The Tao orders Hell's coffin. Fan Li's face had instantly turned ghastly pale when she saw those coffins, and she even subconsciously grabbed Yang Yi's sleeve with her left hand. What is that? Yang Yi sized up the surroundings, and a slightly cold smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. Fan Li's eyes were closed tightly while her left hand held tightly onto Yang Yi's sleeve. Yang Yi, I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. It was only my Fan clan's business, but you've been dragged into it as well. I'm truly sorry. Don't worry, even if you die, both Little Meng and I will accompany you in death. Yang Yi was slightly surprised. He turned around to look at Fan Li, and he noticed that her eyes were filled with terror, despair, and a trace of resolve. Yang Yi frowned and said, Is there something about these coffins? She explained while despair filled her eyes. The Hell's coffin of the Tao Order doesn't block the path ahead, it blocks the path to life. Once the Tao Order uses it, then it proves that the person being obstructed must die. At such a time, the person who's being obstructed has 2 choices. The first is to take his or her own life and enter the coffin. In that way, the enmity would be resolved. The second would be to destroy the coffins. Once that was done, it represents that this enmity will only be resolved when one side dies. When she spoke up to this point, she suddenly frowned. Based on the Tao Order's style, there's entirely no need to utilize Hell's coffin if they want to kill us. What are they worried about? Suddenly, she gazed at him and said, I understand now. They've taken you to be a disciple of the ancient sword school. So, they only want to kill you and not enter into conflict with the ancient sword school. The Tao Order was very overbearing in Pine Prefecture, and it was very cruel as well. However, the ancient sword school wasn't weak at all. Moreover, all its disciples were sword cultivators who'd comprehended sword intent. So, the Tao Order did hold some fear towards the ancient sword school. Similarly, the ancient sword school feared the Tao Order a little as well. A disciple of the ancient sword school? Yang Yi shook his head. Looks like that expert I repulsed earlier really took me to be a disciple of the ancient sword school. As for why the Tao Order hadn't sent someone to just kill him, it wasn't because the Tao Order was worried about him, it was worried about the ancient sword school. However, he was very well aware that he didn't belong to the ancient sword school. So, it was utterly impossible for him to seek help from the ancient sword school. Fan Li understood that as well, and that was why despair still filled her eyes. Yang Yi leaped off the carriage and walked towards the coffins. Fan Li suddenly shouted, Yang Yi! Yang Yi turned around to look at her, and then she said, You really intend to do that? Her voice was trembling slightly. Yang Yi smiled and said, Don't tell me you want me to take my own life and fit myself into a coffin? As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and flashed over to the coffins. He said, Even the heavens weren't able to kill me, so you think you can obstruct my path? Dream on! As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi kicked the coffin with his right leg. Bang! 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 All 3 coffins instantly transformed into powder. Hee hee! Gloomy laughter resounded abruptly, and then a man in a red robe suddenly appeared here. Not only was his clothes red in color, even his hair and eyeballs were scarlet red. There were 2 scarlet red sabers hanging on his sides. The sabers were very long, they were over 1 m long, and they didn't have a sheath. After he arrived here, a pungent smell of blood instantly suffused the surroundings. The disciples of the ancient sword school have been growing more and more arrogant in the past few years. Even a tiny little Exalt Realm cultivator actually dares to destroy my Tao Order's Hell's coffin. The red-robed man spoke slowly, and his voice sounded like he was holding a mouthful of spit and sounded quite hoarse. I'm really curious about someone, Yang Yi said. Why do the members of the Tao Order love to wear red robes? The red-robed man said, Are you mocking me? The Tao Order has 3 paths: the heavenly path, earthly path, and mortal path. Each of these paths possess varying strengths, and so their dressing is different as well. The heavenly path's members wear white robes, the earthly path's members wear black robes, and the mortal path's members wear red robes. He's wearing a red robe, so he's from the mortal path, Fan Li explained. She knew about Yang Ye's situation, so while she didn't know who exactly Yang Yi was, she knew one thing, and it was that everything within Pine Prefecture was unfamiliar to Yang Yi. According to her estimations, Yang Yi might not even be someone from Pine Prefecture. So that's why. Yang Yi nodded and said, "No wonder that black-robed woman from before was much stronger than Lu Xia. So she was from the earthly path. A woman who wore a black robe." The red-robed man was shocked. You've met someone from the earthly path?" Yang Yi replied. "I did. She was very strong." "Right, she was much stronger than both you and that fellow, Lu Xia. Especially her movement technique." "Right, I still remember it. It seemed to be called Shadow Flash. It really was very swift." There was shock in the red-robed man's eyes as he said, You've actually met Ing Xia." "Not only did I meet her, I almost killed her." Yang Yi walked slowly towards the red-robed man while he spoke. "I'm really quite puzzled. Both you and Lu Xia are from the mortal path. Even he was killed by me, so why has the Tao Order still sent someone from the mortal path? Are you here to give your treasures away to me?" As he spoke, Yang Yi's gaze descended onto the red-robed man's spatial ring, and he said, "How many extreme-grade energy stones have you brought with you?" Yang Yi wasn't one who liked to waste his breath. If he did things according to his character, then he would absolutely not waste his breath on the red-robed man. The reason he was doing it now was that he was striking a psychological blow against the red-robed man. If fear or terror were to arise in a person's heart, then the strength that person could summon would definitely be greatly reduced. Of course, the reason he was doing this was mainly because of his current strength. If he possessed his past strength, then there would naturally be no need for him to play such tricks. After all, just a swing of his sword would be sufficient. Yet now, he had to try his best to preserve his strength. The ancient sword school has 3 geniuses in the Exalt realm. Which one are you? The red-robed man stared fixedly at Yang Yi while a solemn expression filled his eyes. Yang Yi didn't speak, and he just continued walking towards the man. However, he walked very slowly this time. But every single step he took caused the ground to tremble violently. The red-robed man was astounded again when he witnessed this scene. As Yang Yi took step after step towards the red-robed man, the mental defenses of the red-robed man was crumbling bit by bit. Actually, after he found out that Yang Yi had met someone from the earthly path, Head aroused the intent to retreat. However, he couldn't do that because Head brought the Hell's Coffin here, and he was representing the honor of the Tao Order right now. He could die, but the Tao Order couldn't be allowed to lose face. Otherwise, he would suffer a fate worse than death. The red-robed man took a deep breath as his right hand grabbed one of the sabers on his waist. They say the disciples of the ancient sword school are formidable in one-on-one battles. Allow me to experience it for myself today. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his saber, and a blood-red ray of light instantly slashed down towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi stopped moving. He smashed his fist forward, and then the blood-red ray of light was instantly dispersed. At the same time, Yang Yi had arrived before the red-robed man, causing the red-robed man's pupils to constrict, and immediately swing the saber on the left side of his waist. However, it had only just been swung when Yang Yi's fist smashed it into pieces. After that, Yang Yi's fist continued forward and shot towards the red-robed man's chest. Meanwhile, the red-robed man suddenly opened his mouth, and then a tiny blade shot out from within his mouth. It instantly struck Yang Yi's chest, but Yang Yi's fist smashed against his chest as well. Bang! The red-robed man spat out numerous mouthfuls of blood while his figure was blasted flying. At the same time, Yang Yi took a few steps back as well. Yang Yi looked down and saw a blood-red mark on his chest. Moreover, blood was seeping out slowly from there. His defenses had been penetrated. Yan Yi raised his head again and looked at the red-robed man. At this moment, he was still lying on the ground. Yan Yi merely glanced at him before he gestured with his right hand, and then the red-robed man's spatial ring flew over into his grasp. After that, he turned around and walked towards the carriage. Fan Li reminded. He seems to still be alive. Just a moment longer. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Yi entered the carriage. Fan Li shot her gaze towards the red-robed man once more, and she saw his body twitching violently. It didn't take long for the red-robed man to go completely still. She withdrew her gaze, turned around, and walked into the carriage. Yan Yi sat cross-legged in the carriage with his eyes closed, and he was recalling what happened earlier. He hadn't expected the red-robed man to be able to penetrate his defenses. That final attack of the red-robed man was extremely powerful, and if his physical strength hadn't recovered to the monarch realm, then just that attack would have been sufficient to instantly kill him. Because it had been on the verge of entering his body, but it hadn't been able to slice through his bones. Looks like I have to be more careful from now on. Yan Yi opened his eyes, and his gaze descended onto the spatial ring in his grasp. Had gained quite a bit this time. The red-robed man's spatial ring actually had over 10,000 extreme-grade energy stones within it. Coupled with the energy stones he obtained from Lu Sha, he had almost 20,000 extreme-grade energy stones now. After that, all Yan Yi did was absorb energy stones like a madman. He was in quite a bad situation right now, and he had to attain the monarch realm in order to have the slightest chance at keeping himself alive. Fan Li knew Yan Yi was cultivating when she saw him start eating extreme-grade energy stones again. She sat by the side of Fan Meng, who was still in deep sleep, and softly stroked Fan Meng's hair, while a trace of sorrow lingered in her eyes. While Yan Yi had killed that red-robed man from the Tao Order, she knew that it wasn't the end, and it was only the beginning. The Tao Order had lost 2 disciples in succession, and its Hell's Coffin had even been destroyed. Such an incident hadn't occurred in Pine Prefecture for a very long time. Especially when it was an Exalt Realm sword cultivator of the ancient sword school who'd killed them. Moreover, that same sword cultivator had destroyed the Tao Order's Hell's Coffin. That was absolutely intolerable to the Tao Order. Because it was equivalent to the ancient sword school slapping the Tao Order in the face. So, some of the Tao Order's higher-ups were alarmed by it. However, the Tao Order didn't dispatch its experts right away. Because if it did send a half-saint, or even a saint after Yan Yi, then the Tao Order would have lost even if it could kill Yan Yi. So, the Tao Order issued its Tao command. As soon as it was issued, practically every single disciple of the Tao Order who was at the Exalt Realm had set out to kill Yan Yi. Meanwhile, the ancient sword school didn't stand by idly as well. After it found out that one of its disciples had killed members of the Tao Order, its higher-ups were shocked. After all, it was no trivial matter. If the 2 platinum ranks were to fight to the death, then it would only benefit others. So, the higher-ups of the ancient sword school immediately ordered that disciple called Yan Yi to return to the ancient sword school. But in the end, they noticed that the ancient sword school didn't have such a disciple. Chapter 841. We'll arrive at Stellar Sky City once we pass through that mountain range. Fan Li pointed towards the tall and precipitous mountain range in the distance, and there was a trace of a smile on her face. Yan Yi, who sat by Fan Li's side, frowned instead, and he stared at the mountain range while he spoke in a low voice. Which mountain range is that? Does it have a demon commander? A demon commander? Fan Li shook her head and said, It's called Green River Mountain Range. There are demon beasts there, but I've never heard of demon commanders residing there. Why? Do you feel something is strange about it? Yan Yi asked. How long would it take us to get to Stellar Sky City if we went around this mountain range? Fan Li's face became solemn, and she pondered deeply for a short while. It would take at least double the time. We can go around it if you think it's dangerous. Yan Yi shook his head instead. It'll waste too much time. We'll just go through it. Fan Li asked softly. Is it really all right? Yang Yi smiled and replied. I do indeed sense a feeling of danger here. However, the reason I asked was to find out if there's a shorter path and not because of fear. After the battle against the Eye of the Heaven Dao on Profounder Continent, he really didn't feel any reverence even if it was towards Saint Realm experts. Of course, it didn't represent that he looked down on them. After experiencing that battle, there were truly very few things which could arouse fear within him. Perhaps he couldn't defeat them, but he would absolutely not fear them. Fan Li glanced at him when she heard this, and then she nodded. Yang Yi! Meanwhile, Fan Meng suddenly walked out from within the carriage and sat on Yang Yi's left. At the same time, she very naturally put her arm around Yang Yi's arm and spoke softly. Do you think that we'll die? Yang Yi smiled. Are you afraid of death? I was very afraid before this. Fan Meng spoke softly. Yet now am not. Because you're here with me. Yang Yi was quite curious. Why? Fan Meng raised her head to glance at him, and then she said, I don't know. In any case, I feel especially safe when I'm by your side. Yang Yi rubbed her head. Don't worry. We won't die. Fan Meng nodded and said, Yang Yi, can you tell me about your past? Fan Li's gaze descended upon him as well because she was very curious about his past as well. A good man never speaks about his past glory. There's nothing to tell. Yang Yi smiled. Just tell me. Fan Meng shook his arm and acted like a child. We might die at any moment in this situation. I don't want to die without knowing who you are. Yang Yi rubbed her head with a doting expression and said, Since it's like that, then I'll start bragging. When he spoke up to this point, Yang Yi looked towards the distance while ripples flickered in his eyes. In the past, many people feared me, and they called me the Sword Demon. At that time, the entire world would tremble when I went mad. The entire world would tremble? Fan Meng blinked. Really? Fan Li shook her head slightly, and there was a trace of helplessness in her eyes as she gazed at Fan Meng. She even believed such nonsense. I really want to know if it's true. Suddenly, a figure appeared not too far from the carriage. The Pegasus that pulled the carriage howled with fear, and then it started trembling incessantly on the spot. The black figure seemed like a shadow that was frozen in place, and it didn't have a shadow of its own under the sunlight. You finally couldn't restrain yourself from attacking? I'm really quite curious. Why didn't you launch a surprise attack? I've been waiting for you to do that. Yang Yi naturally recognized the shadow. It was that woman from the Dao Order, the person who the red-robed man called Ing Sha. She replied. A surprise attack? Wouldn't that be exactly what you wanted? Yang Yi stood up slowly, and then he leaped off the carriage and walked towards her. Based on the state I'm in right now, I won't be able to kill you if you flee. However, you'll definitely die if you fight me. Do you believe me? She spoke in a low voice. You haven't comprehended sword intent, but you're even stronger than those sword cultivators who've comprehended sword intent. Besides that, you aren't any one of the three geniuses in the Exalt realm from the ancient sword school. So, who exactly are you? Yang Yi stopped moving and said, Would the Dao Order stop if I told you who I am? Impossible. She continued, You destroyed our hell's coffin. So, it's impossible for this to be resolved even if the sword master of the ancient sword school stepped forward and spoke on your behalf. That's exactly why I'm very curious. I'm curious where you got the confidence to dare to do that. Trust me, even those three geniuses of the ancient sword school wouldn't have dared to do so. Yang Yi replied. If I didn't, then could it be that I should just lie in there myself? You have balls. She spoke seriously. You're much braver than many men that I've seen. I can't defeat you, so I won't waste time with you. But it's fine because the experts of my Dao Order are here. Don't worry, both Lu Sha and that other fellow died in one-on-one battle with you, so my Dao Order won't use numbers against you. My Dao Order wants the world to know that our disciples aren't weaker to the disciples of the ancient sword school. Yang Yi was amused when he heard this. As expected of the Dao Order, I truly admire such ways. Actually, had thought about what would happen if the Tao Order's disciples swarmed him. Besides awakening the two little snakes, he had no other way to deal with them. But he had never imagined that they would actually refrain from using numbers against him out of considerations for their honor. That was definitely an extremely good thing for him. When it was a one-on-one battle, especially a one-on-one battle with someone in the same realm of cultivation, Yang Yi had really never feared anyone. You'll definitely die if the Ancient Sword School doesn't act. But if it does, then it represents that the Ancient Sword School intends to declare war with my Tao Order. At that time, you won't be the only casualty. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure shook slightly and vanished on the SBT. Yang Yi turned around and returned to the carriage. Speed up! He knew that the next disciples to come from the Tao Order would definitely be strong. He would naturally not fear them if he was all alone, but he was traveling with Fan Li and Fan Ming. So, he had to take them somewhere safe as soon as possible. Fan Li had realized how severe the situation was as well. She immediately tossed an extreme-grade energy stone to the Pegasus. As soon as it finished consuming the energy stone, the carriage departed once more. This time, Yang Yi didn't enter the carriage. He leaped up onto its roof while the ancient sheath appeared in his grasp. It didn't take long for them to enter Green River Mountain Range. Nay! Suddenly, the Pegasus raised its head and howled. After that, it seemed like it had encountered something terrifying and started howling madly on the spot. Fan Li and Fan Meng's expressions changed, and they simultaneously shot their gazes towards Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's figure flashed onto the Pegasus' back, and he placed his right hand on it. Threads of profound energy entered the Pegasus, and it didn't take long for the Pegasus to calm down under the effects of his violet profound energy. Rumble! Suddenly, the entire ground started to quake violently. Fan Li and Fan Meng were shocked. They raised their heads to look ahead, and their faces instantly turned ghastly pale when they saw the scene in the distance. Over 10,000 Pegasus horses were galloping madly towards them from afar. How terrifying was such a scene! Not to mention anything else, just the aura they emanated was sufficient to horrify an Exalt Realm expert. A ferocious expression flashed through Yang Yi's eyes as he walked towards them with his sword in hand. Fan Li and Fan Ming were shocked when they saw him do that, and Fan Ming was even about to charge over. However, Fan Li held her firmly. Fan Li embraced Fan Ming tightly and said, Don't go over there. We'll only be a burden to him." The gap between Yang Yi and the stampede was growing shorter and shorter, and it was only around 100 m now. Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. Roar! At the same instant that he vanished, a few dozen Pegasus were instantly slashed into two. Fan Li and Fan Meng focused their gazes and noticed that Yang Yi had charged into the horde of horses. Swoosh! 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 3 rays of light crisscrossed through the horde, and then over 1,000 Pegasus fell to the ground. Yang Yi didn't stop. His sword left his grasp, and it flickered incessantly through the surroundings. Every single time it flickered through the area, it took the heads of a few dozen Pegasus with it. Meanwhile, Yang Yi ceaselessly smashed his bare fists against the horses, and every single swing would transform over a dozen into mush. It was a slaughter, a true slaughter. Fan Li and Fan Meng were flabbergasted. After all, most of the Pegasus were at the Exalt realm. However, they actually didn't even have the strength to fight back against Yang Yi. While Pegasus were mostly docile and gentle, and they didn't possess formidable combat strengths, there were still over 10,000 of them. Human! Stop! Suddenly, a howl resounded, and then a middle-aged man appeared here. As soon as the middle-aged man arrived, all the Pegasus instantly stopped attacking Yang Yi and ran behind him. Yang Yi stopped attacking and turned around to gaze at the middle-aged man. "You're the demon general of this mountain range, right? I don't think there's any enmity between us, and I was only passing through, so why are you attacking me like this? I'll blast your head apart if you don't give me a reasonable explanation." Earlier, that stampede clearly intended to kill them. If he wasn't someone who didn't fear the imposing aura emanated by such a group of Pegasus, then all 3 of them would have definitely been trampled to death. So, Yang Yi was furious. How presumptuous! The middle-aged man pointed at Yang Yi and roared angrily. A tiny little Exalt Realm cultivator actually dares to speak like that before me. Since you refuse to talk properly, then just fucking die! Yang Yi interrupted the middle-aged man. As soon as he finished speaking, Head arrived in front of the middle-aged man, and it was so quick that the middle-aged man hadn't even been able to react before Yang Yi's hand had clamped down on his throat. Stop! Human! He'll definitely give all of you a graveless death if you dare to kill him! Suddenly, another furious roar resounded. Just watch me! Ferocity appeared in Yang Yi's eyes as he squeezed down. Chapter 842. Crack! The middle-aged man's neck was instantly twisted. Nay! All the horses in the surroundings howled. Human! You're courting death! Accompanying this furious roar was an old man who suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi, and then he smashed his fist towards Yang Yi's head. Yang Yi didn't choose to dodge, and he similarly smashed his fist forward instead. Bang! An explosion resounded from the point of collision, and then countless fine cracks split open in space while both of them moved a few dozen steps back. There was astonishment in the old man's eyes because he hadn't expected to be blasted back by the physical strength of a human at the Exalt realm. After all, he was at the high rank of the Monarch realm. The old man was about to say something, but Yang Yi had instantly arrived in front of him, and then his fist smashed swiftly towards the old man. The old man was shocked, but he felt even more rage. So, he didn't dodge and similarly smashed his fist towards Yang Yi. Bang! It was like a thunderclap resounded here, and their fists immediately split apart upon colliding. However, Yang Yi pressed forward once more in the next moment, and then his fist smashed forward again. Bang! Bang! Muffled explosions resounded incessantly. While Yang Yi and the old man had only fought for around 10 breaths of time, their fists had collided over 100 times. In the beginning, they were equally matched, but it didn't take long for the old man to gradually fall into a disadvantaged position. Because Yang Yi had stopped colliding directly with him. Once Yang Yi changed his strategy, the old man noticed to his astonishment that Yang Yi seemed like he could predict the old man's every move. So, had suffered numerous blows. Fortunately, he possessed formidable physical defenses, so had been able to forcefully endure it. However, it caused him to be completely suppressed in the battle. Kill him! Suddenly, the old man roared furiously, and then the Pegasus horses in the surroundings started to attack Yang Yi again. With just that strength of yours? Yang Yi laughed coldly, and then his figure pressed forward towards the old man before smashing his fist forward. The old man was slightly shocked and hurriedly moved his fist forward to collide with Yang Yi's punch. Meanwhile, a wisp of ferocity flashed through the corners of Yang Yi's mouth before a ray of cold light flashed on Yang Yi's fist. Hiss! The old man's fist instantly flew into the air. H! A shrill cry resounded from the old man. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had arrived in front of him, and then a dagger was pressed against the old man's throat. The horses instantly stopped attacking and didn't dare take another step forward. Human! You cheated! The old man roared furiously. But he didn't dare move because he was very afraid that his throat would be slit. Cheating? Yang Yi laughed coldly. You ordered that many Pegasus to attack me, yet you still dare to say that I cheated? You! The old man intended to say something, but Yang Yi didn't waste his breath on the old man at all. He just waved the dagger, and then one of the old man's arms flew off into the air. Human! They'll kill you! The old man roared with fury. Yang Yi waved his right hand again, and then a cold glow flashed before the old man's other arm flew off as well. Human, human, human! The old man howled incessantly, but it didn't take long for him to be unable to make another sound. Because Yang Yi's hand had clamped down on the old man's throat, and then he waved his right hand once more, causing one of the old man's legs to fly off. The old man opened his eyes wide, and they were completely bloodshot. This time, there was a strong sense of terror within them. As for the Pegasus horses in the surroundings, they were terrified to the point of moving backwards incessantly. Right when Yang Yi was about to wave his hand once more, a voice suddenly resounded from deep within the mountain range. "Human! You've won!" Yang Yi raised his head to look towards a mountain in the distance. "I want an explanation." A short moment of silence ensued before the voice resounded once more. "The Tao Order asked us to stop you here." Hiss! Yang Yi suddenly waved the dagger, and the old man's head flew into the air. Yang Yi looked towards the mountain and spoke fiercely. "Who do you think you are? You actually dared to interfere in the business of my ancient sword school and the Tao Order. Human! Don't go too far." The voice was quite gloomy. "Too far?" Yang Yi laughed coldly, and then he flicked his wrist before a sword appeared in his grasp. He continued, "Didn't you want to stop me here? All right, I want leave today. Let's see if I can slaughter all the demon beasts in this mountain range before the Tao Order's experts arrive. Of course, you're a half-saint, so you can attack as well. But would you dare?" Presently, everyone took him to be a disciple of the ancient sword school, so he naturally had to use it well. Of course, he didn't fear the demon commander even if he couldn't use the ancient sword school's name. After all, if he was willing to pay a certain price, then his current strength was even sufficient to kill a half-saint. "Human! Do you think my demon race is weak?" The demon commander's voice carried a trace of killing intent. "The demon race? Can you even represent the entire demon race? Was it the demon race that told you to interfere in the business of my ancient sword school and the Tao Order? Or do you think that my ancient sword school is weak?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi waved the sword in his hand, and a ray of light sprayed out from it. Over 100 horses before him were instantly transformed into corpses. "How presumptuous of you!" A furious roar resounded from within the mountain range, and then a huge palm tore through space, and it smashed down towards Yang Yi. "You're the one who's being presumptuous." Suddenly, another furious shout resounded, and then a ray of light flashed out from the space in front of Yang Yi. It stabbed the enormous palm, and then the palm was instantly sliced into two. "The ancient sword school." The voice which came from within the mountain range sounded astounded. Yang Yi had a solemn expression on his face as well. Because he wasn't the one who released that strand of sword energy. It was someone else who'd torn space open and teleported it over here. Had once possessed the 3 level of the heaven rank in sword intent, and he could accomplish that in the past, but he couldn't now. He was far from being capable of that right now. So, he knew that it belonged to at least the high-rank half-saint. "You're the disciple that old man Gu took recently? Not bad, not bad. That old fellow really does have quite the discerning gaze. Your master is forging a sword behind closed doors, so he can't care for you right now. While we don't know why you've entered into conflict with the Tao Order, you don't have to worry. It's a matter between our ancient sword school and the Tao Order. If a third party dares to interfere, then my ancient sword school will definitely slaughter them without mercy. Kid, so long as you're able to return to the ancient sword school with your life intact, then the ancient sword school will definitely protect you." A voice resounded from within the spatial rift, and it didn't take long for the rift to close once more. Yang Yi had a rough understanding of the ancient sword school's intentions. It had definitely taken him to be Taoist Gust's disciple, and that was why that half-saint from before had lent him a hand. Besides that, if he wanted to survive, then he had to return to the ancient sword school. Why did the ancient sword school act in this way? Actually, Yang Yi knew the answer. Now, this matter wasn't just something between him and the Tao Order, it was something between the ancient sword school and the Tao Order. His life and death were related to the honor of the Tao Order and ancient sword school. If he returned alive to the ancient sword school, then it proved that the younger generation of the Tao Order was inferior to the ancient sword school. So, the ancient sword school would gain face while the Tao Order would lose face. Moreover, once he died at the hands of the Tao Order's disciples, then it would be the ancient sword school who had its face slapped. It could be considered to be a battle between the ancient sword school and the Tao Order, and had become the key to the battle. He fully understood what that expert from the ancient sword school meant. If he wanted to live, then he had to return to the ancient sword school, and he had to bring honor and glory to the ancient sword school. It was a path to life, but it was no easy path. Because under such circumstances, the Tao Order would definitely dispatch its extraordinary geniuses to kill him. Besides that, he had another huge problem, and it was that he wasn't a disciple of the ancient sword school at all. I wonder how they would look if they found out that I'm pretending to be a disciple of their sect. Yang Yi laughed bitterly, and then he restrained his thoughts. He didn't have any choice right now because he intended to head there and look for Lu Weiner as well. Yang Yi tightened his grip on his sword, and then walked towards the depths of the mountain range. Human! What are you doing? The demon commander's voice carried a trace of rage when he noticed that Yang Yi seemed to have no intention to stop, but there was even more fear in his voice. Didn't you want to keep me here? I'll stay here right now. Isn't that exactly what you wanted? Yang Yi laughed coldly. A short moment of silence ensued, and then the demon commander's voice resounded again. Since you're a disciple of the ancient sword school, then we naturally wouldn't stop you again. You can leave. I should leave just because you said so? Yang Yi stomped his right foot against the ground, and the entire ground quaked. All I'll say is that if you can't satisfy me today, then I won't leave. The demon commander spoke in a low voice. Human! My demon race isn't something you can just bully. It was you who tried to bully my ancient sword school first. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi flashed into the group of horses, and then he swung his sword swiftly. A ray of light flashed before numerous Pegasus horses were slashed into two. Human! Stop! The demon commander's roar resounded from within the mountain range. However, Yang Yi showed no signs of stopping, and another few hundred of them perished. The demon commander's voice resounded once more. 100 Exalt Realm Inner Cores! Yang Yi stopped and said, Are you trying to give alms to a beggar? 100 Monarch Realm Inner Cores. Otherwise, I'll come take it myself. 100! The demon commander was exasperated. Do you think they are rocks? Human! I'm telling you. You better not go too far. Yang Yi replied. Yes or no? The demon commander spoke in a low voice. 10 is my limit. Yang Yi made a counteroffer. 50. 20. The demon commander's voice was trembling slightly. If you refuse, then just kill them. Kill as many as you can. 20 Monarch Realm Inner Cores and 100 Exalt Realm Inner Cores. If you try to bargain with me again, then I'll really do it. The demon commander fell silent. Swoosh! A ray of light flashed, and then a few dozen horses crashed to the ground again. Yes or no? Yang Yi's sword was trembling violently, and a ray of light was flickering incessantly on it. Chapter 843. Human! I'll remember this! As soon as the demon commander finished speaking, 20 Monarch Realm Inner Cores and 100 Exalt Realm Inner Cores appeared in front of Yang Yi. You'll remember this? Yang Yi laughed coldly and said, Don't worry, I'll definitely pay you a visit in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi didn't speak another word. He just took the inner cores and entered the carriage. He smiled when he saw Fan Li and Fan Meng staring at him, and the viciousness on his face had vanished. Why are you looking at me like that? Is it because you think I'm very strong? Fan Meng hurriedly nodded while Fan Li nodded slightly as well. The scene from before where Yang Yi slaughtered the horde of Pegasus horses, killed 2 demon generals, and even threatened a demon commander was undoubtedly extremely shocking to the two of them. At this moment, Yang Yi seemed even more mysterious to them. Fan Li glanced at Yang Yi while a trace of bitterness could be seen on the corners of her mouth. She said to herself, How laughable. I actually treated him like that in the past. If it wasn't for little Meng, I would probably be dead by now. She didn't know anything about Yang Yi's past, but based on their time together, she knew that Yang Yi was definitely a ruthless person, especially towards his enemies. So, she felt very fortunate right now. because if Yang Yi didn't have a good impression of Fan Meng, then not to mention her, even Fan Meng might have been implicated because of her. In the carriage, Yang Yi withdrew the 20 Monarch Realm inner cores and 100 Exalt Realm inner cores. Fan Li explained. The pure energy contained within the Monarch Realm inner cores are comparable to 5,000 extreme-grade energy stones. As for the Exalt Realm inner cores, they are comparable to around 1,000. However, their value is far from that. For example, it would take at least 10,000 extreme-grade energy stones to buy a single Monarch Realm inner core. After all, it's very rare. Yang Yi nodded and put them away. Inner cores from demon beasts weren't like energy stones, and it was truly quite a waste to just absorb them. Moreover, he didn't want to just swallow them. After all, they weren't tasteless like energy stones. They carried a dense smell of blood, and he didn't want to torture himself like that. Of course, the most important reason was that had temporarily given up on charging into the Monarch realm. According to the woman from before, the Tao Order wouldn't dispatch experts above his realm of cultivation in order to regain the face it had lost. In other words, the Tao Order's experts who came for his life would only be Exalt Realm cultivators. But if he attained the Monarch Realm, then it would be Monarch Realm experts that came after him. His strength would improve upon attaining the Monarch Realm, but it wouldn't be very helpful in the end. After all, he couldn't use too much of his profound energy right now. So, had decided to improve his physical body instead, and restore his physical body to the half-sane realm. Opponents at the Exalt realm were much easier to deal with than Monarch realm experts. That didn't represent that he feared the Monarch realm experts of the Tao Order. It was because he was very clearly aware of his objective, and it was to take Fan Meng and Fan Li somewhere safe before meeting Lu Weiner. Yang Yi withdrew 5,000 extreme-grade energy stones, and started absorbing them like a madman. Outside the carriage, Fan Li and Fan Meng sat side by side. Fan Meng wrapped her hand around Fan Li's arm as she asked softly, "Big sister, do you think the Fan clan will be fine?" Fan Li looked towards the direction of the Fan clan. While both of them had been used by the Fan clan and even abandoned. But it was still their home in the end, so how could they just cut it off from their lives just like that? However, Fan Li wasn't an indecisive person as well. She quickly restrained her thoughts and said, "In the past, I felt that grandfather and the others really intended to allow us to take control of the Fan clan. But what happened that day completely jolted me awake. The reason they let me manage the Fan clan was because of my ability in management of the clan. But once I had a better use, they didn't hesitate to throw me away. In short, the Fan clan isn't our home from now on." Fan Meng remained silent for a long time before she said, "Big sister, then where will we go?" Fan Li rubbed Fan Meng's head and said, "Your natural talent in the sword Tao isn't bad. You didn't have someone to guide you in the past, and that was why your natural talent was buried. So, you must work hard and join the ancient sword school. Only then would I be truly able to rest at ease." Fan Meng hesitated for a while before she said, "Big sister, why don't we just stay with Yang Yi, alright?" Fan Li shook her head. "Little Meng, don't ever have such thoughts from now on." Fan Meng was puzzled. "Why? Perhaps we are just people transient acquaintances in his life." Fan Li spoke softly. Actually, she was very clearly aware that it wasn't just a possibility, it was definite. She was able to discern that Yang Yi didn't have any feelings of attraction towards Fan Meng. All he had was the feelings of an older brother to a younger sister. However, it did allow her to heave a sigh of relief because she didn't want Fan Meng to stay with Yang Yi. Yang Yi was someone who was too dangerous. Moreover, she didn't feel that her younger sister could keep him by her side. If Yang Yi didn't die, she believed that a person like Yang Yi would definitely rise up in the world. Transient acquaintances. Fan Meng understood what her older sister meant. A long time later, she raised her head and gazed at her older sister. "I don't want to be that," Fan Li replied. "Then work hard on becoming stronger." Fan Meng nodded while determination covered her little face. Night. The air was still while moonlight rained down from above, and it covered the mountains in a thin silver glow. The carriage stopped. Big sister, why is it so quiet? Fan Meng sized up the surroundings. At this moment, they were in a forest that was covered in ancient trees, and only a sliver of moonlight could pass through the gaps between their leaves. So, the visibility here was quite low, and they could only see a blurry image of the surroundings. Fan Li said, "We'll arrive at Stellar Wind City once we pass through this forest. Looks like someone doesn't want us to get there. We heard that a disciple of the ancient sword school destroyed a Hell's Coffin from the Tao Order. We were very curious, so we came here just to have a look." Suddenly, a voice resounded in the quiet forest, and then two young men and a woman appeared within their fields of vision. There was a small character embroidered on their chests. "The Ocean of Clouds Academy!" Fan Li exclaimed. She hadn't expected that they would actually be from the Ocean of Clouds Academy. The eyes of the young man who led the group lit up when he saw Fan Meng and Fan Li, and he said, "Tsk. I never expected that there would actually be two goddesses like these in such a remote place." When he spoke up to this point, he took a step forward and bowed slightly to them. "I'm Lin Shuhai from the Ocean of Clouds Academy. It's nice to meet you, goddesses. We dare not accept such praise." Fan Li didn't dare act disrespectfully. She immediately walked off the carriage with Fan Meng and bowed in return before she said, "Greetings, young Master Lin. I'm Fan Li, and this is my younger sister." "Fan Li?" Lin Shuhai sized them up, and then he grinned. "What a nice name. I wonder what's your relationship with Yan Yi, who's within the carriage right now?" Fan Li's beautiful brows knit together slightly because it made her feel slightly uncomfortable. Lin Shuhai hurriedly spoke when he saw her frown. "Miss Fan, don't misunderstand, I wasn't trying to imply anything. It's just that you should be aware that Yan Yi has a reconcilable enmity with the Tao Order. If both of you continue staying by his side, then you'll definitely be dragged down into it. Why don't you leave with us instead? Don't worry, I, Lin Shuhai, will definitely keep both of you safe." Fan Meng was about to speak when Fan Meng suddenly spoke coldly. "We belong to Yan Yi." As soon as she finished speaking, Fan Meng blushed. While she was young, she was no fool. Lin Shuhai's gaze towards her made her feel very comfortable, so she naturally knew what he wanted. Fan Li glanced at Fan Meng, and then she shook her head slightly but didn't refute it. Since Fan Meng had been able to discern, she naturally had been able to do the same. However, she didn't want to offend Lin Shuhai because he was from the Ocean of Clouds Academy. Lin Shuhai's face stiffened slightly when he heard her, whereas the man by his side started roaring with laughter. "Shuhai, they already belonged to someone. You lost before it even began." "Ha ha!" Lin Shuhai spoke flatly. "Du Xiuya, we were betting on whether they would become mine. It doesn't matter whether they belong to someone else or not." "Then continue. Continue. Let me witness the ability of the #1 lady killer in the academy." Du Xiuya roared with laughter. "We didn't come here to tackle girls." Meanwhile, the woman spoke abruptly. "Once Senior Xiaoyu gets here and deals with Yan Yi, then wouldn't both of you be able to play with them as you wish? Qi Nin is right." "Ha!" Lin Shuhai chuckled, and then he gazed at Fan Li and Fan Meng. "I cherish beauties. So if you're willing to come over to my side, then I guarantee your safety. If you insist on staying with Yan Yi, then he. Once Yan Yi is dead, based on how the Tao Order does things, your lives will be beyond miserable. The heavens are benevolent," Fan Meng suddenly said. It's best for all of you to leave right now. Otherwise, your heads will be separated from your bodies." Shed noticed that Yang Yi loved to behead his enemies. "We'll lose our heads," Lin Shuhai roared with laughter. "If Senior Xiaoyu hadn't told us that he intends to take Yan Yi's head on his own, I would have killed him right now." Fan Meng intended to say something, but Fan Li took Fan Meng's hand and shook her head. They hadn't witnessed how terrifying Yang Yi was, so they wouldn't believe Fan Meng no matter what she said. "How about we deal with them first?" Du Xiuya spoke abruptly. "While Senior Brother Xiaoyu told us not to touch Yan Yi, he didn't tell us not to touch these women. To be honest, I haven't touched a woman for half a month, and I can't take it any longer." "That's exactly what I was thinking." "Ha!" Lin Shuhai's figure flashed as soon as he finished speaking, and he instantly arrived before Fan Meng and Fan Li. After that, he stretched out his hands and grabbed at them. Bang! A muffled bang resounded before a figure went flying, and it just happened to descend before Du Shuya and Qi Ning. Both of them were instantly stunned because while Du Shuya wasn't dead, his current state was worse than death. His stomach had warped severely, and shattered internal organs were spraying out incessantly from his mouth. Both of them looked up, and they just done so when a black shadow flashed before them, and then they felt something press down on their throats. Yan Yi! Stay your hand! Suddenly, the space in the distance trembled, and then a middle-aged man walked out from within it. Yan Yi, it was their mistake to interfere in the business of your ancient sword school and the Tao Order. Hand them over to me, and I'll definitely punish them upon taking them back to the academy. Yan Yi glanced at the middle-aged man and spoke indifferently. 10,000 extreme-grade energy stones for a life. The middle-aged man's face fell. I'm an instructor of the academy. Yes or no? Yan Yi interrupted the middle-aged man and said, Don't try to threaten me. I dared to destroy the Tao Order's Hell's Coffin, so there's nothing I wouldn't dare to do. The middle-aged man spoke gloomily. Yan Yi, do you know what you're doing? Crack! Suddenly, the sound of bones breaking resounded. Yan Yi relaxed the grip of his left hand, and then Du Ziya's figure fell to the ground. However, his head was still in Yan Yi's grasp. Yan Yi turned around to gaze at the middle-aged man and said, Now, it's 20,000 extreme-grade energy stones for a life. Yes or no? Chapter 844. They'll give it to you. The middle-aged man hadn't even spoken when the woman in Yan Yi's grasp spoke in a hoarse voice. Yan Yi withdrew his gaze from the middle-aged man and gazed at her while a slight smile curled up onto the corners of his mouth. You're much more sensible. The woman gazed at Yan Yi with terror in her eyes. Actually, she was frightened out of her wits. After all, she was at the Exalt realm as well, just like Yan Yi was. However, she noticed that she didn't even have the ability to fight back against Yan Yi. Yan Yi let go of her once he received a spatial ring from her, and she instantly slumped to the ground. Yan Yi walked over to Lin Shuhai, who was still breathing. At this moment, Lin Shuhai was looking at him as well, but just like the woman, his eyes were filled with terror. Suddenly, the middle-aged man spoke in a low voice. I'll pay 10,000 extreme-grade energy stones. I'm not selling this one. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Yi suddenly kicked Lin Shuhai's stomach, and then the latter was blasted away. You're courting death. A terrifying aura exploded out from the middle-aged man, and then it enveloped down towards Yan Yi. You're just at the monarch realm. What are you being so noisy for? As soon as Yan Yi finished speaking, head appeared before the middle-aged man, and then the middle-aged man felt a hand tighten around his throat. You! Terror appeared in the middle-aged man's eyes as well. He hadn't imagined that a mid-rank monarch realm expert like him would actually be so helpless before Yan Yi. Suddenly, the space not too far from them trembled violently, and then an old man in a white robe appeared here. He was a half-saint, and he was even a high-rank half-saint. The old man sized up Yan Yi before he said, That old goat Gu was bragging to everyone that he took someone with great promise as his disciple. I thought he was just bragging. But now it would seem like he really has. Senior, you know my master? Yan Yi was very well aware that he had to use the ancient sword school's name right now. Of course. Yan Yi released the middle-aged man and said, I have to give Senior face. Senior, please do tell the younger generation of your academy that they can come looking for trouble with me, but it's best that they bring more energy stones with them. Otherwise, I'm afraid they won't be able to return. You really are arrogant. The old man continued. If you survive, then pay a visit to my academy. My academy will allow you to realize that there's always someone stronger in this world. Yan Yi replied. I definitely will. We'll be waiting for you. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man waved his right hand and vanished along with the middle-aged man and the woman. You've become even stronger. Suddenly, the woman from the Tao Order appeared here. Go tell the Tao Order that if they want to kill me, then send someone strong. Stop sending these useless pieces of trash to waste my time. Besides that, it's best if they bring more energy stones. I am very poor. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and walked towards the carriage. The woman watched Yang Yi's group leave on the carriage, and she stood there for a long time before leaving. Fan Meng wrapped her hand around Yang Yi's arm as she asked softly, Yang Yi, you're still at the high rank of the Exalt realm, yet why do I feel like you're much stronger than before? Yang Yi smiled. He was naturally much stronger. After he consumed almost 20,000 extreme-grade energy stones, had finally restored his physical body to the strength of a half-saint. Now, he was at the Exalt realm in cultivation, but his body was at the half-saint realm. Now, he only had to resolve the problem with his meridians, and then half-saints would be like helpless chickens waiting to be slaughtered by him. We're here. Suddenly, Fan Li's voice resounded. Yang Yi looked forward, and he saw a huge city lying not too far away like a sleeping beast. Moreover, there were endless mountains surrounding the entire city. Yang Yi suddenly frowned. Fan Li asked, What is it? Yang Yi replied, Stellar Sky City hasn't been breached, but it's about to. Stellar Sky City. At this moment, Stellar Sky City was in a mess. More than half of its walls were destroyed while mountains of corpses covered the city walls and the area around it. There were corpses of demon beasts, but most were human. Li Qingyi and Li Maozhen were standing on the city walls, and an old man with snow-white hair stood before them. The white-haired old man spoke in an indisputable tone. Qingyi, Maozhen, both of you leave through the tunnels later. Li Maozhen coughed a few times before he laughed bitterly. Grandfather, you're going to make both of us unable to live in peace forever. Both of you'll live in peace if you stay, but countless people of our city will die with everlasting regret. The old man sighed. Qingyi, Maozhen, both of your natural talents aren't bad. Especially Maozhen. Unfortunately, I, Li Xuanji, failed to protect you well and allowed you to be poisoned by someone. It destroyed your entire future, and it destroyed the future of our city. Damn it! Damn it! Li Maozhen said. So, it's pointless for me to hang on to life. My Li clan would truly be without an heir if you die. Li Xuanji continued. Maozhen, Qingyi, don't be stubborn. Our Li clan would only have hope for the future if both of you stay alive, and only then would you have the chance to avenge us. But if you die, then who will avenge my Li clan? Li Maozhen fell silent. Li Xuanji, you'll leave a small bit of your bloodline intact if you surrender. If you don't, then the day the city is breached is the day your Li clan's line ends. Suddenly, an old man in a linen robe appeared in the distant sky, and there was a completely pitch-black and enormous wolf beneath the old man. You Tsumping, do you think that I, Li Xuanji, am a 3-year-old? Li Xuanji spoke coldly. With the enmity between your Beastmaster sect and my Stellar Sky City, my Li clan would probably be instantly slaughtered by all of you if we are to surrender. Why waste your breath on him? Let's just attack and kill. Meanwhile, a short-haired old man appeared by Yu Kangping's side, and there was a broken saber hanging on the old man's waist. The broken saber, Yun Rinxing. Li Xuanji's gaze descended onto the short-haired man, and he spoke in a heavy tone. There's no enmity between my Stellar Sky City and your broken saber villa. So I'm very curious why you would interfere in the enmity between the Beastmaster sect and my city? Do you even have to ask? Yun Rinxing spoke coldly. Stellar Sky City has 4 low-grade spirit veins while my broken saber villa and the Beastmaster sect only have 1 each. Tell me, how could we possibly not covet it? Of course, that's not the true reason. The true reason is that someone wants your Stellar Sky City destroyed. Ha! Who exactly did my Stellar Sky City offend? Li Xuanji spoke in a low voice. Me! Suddenly, an icy cold voice resounded from the sky, and then a woman shot through the sky towards them while standing on the back of a black eagle. Young Miss Ming! Li Xuanji's expression changed slightly. Because it was the daughter of Martial Enlightenment City's governor. Moreover, it was a gold-rank sect. "It's you!" Li Maozhen frowned when he saw her. The woman's gaze fell on Li Maozhen as she said, "Li Maozhen, you never expected me to be the daughter of Martial Enlightenment City's governor, right? You refused me in public that day, and I told you that I'll make you pay a price you'll never be able to endure. Now you've been crippled, and your family is about to be annihilated because of you." Ha! There was a trace of madness in the woman's eyes, but there was a mix of various other emotions as well. "So it was you who did all of it?" Li Maozhen closed his eyes and clenched his fists tightly. "Don't you hate me?" "Yes, I want you to hate me. I want you to hate me forever." The woman spoke ferociously. "Kill them! Kill everyone from the Li clan besides Li Maozhen." "All right." Yun Renqing laughed coldly and was about to attack. However, a carriage suddenly dashed over from afar. "You're courting death!" A disciple from the Beastmaster sect charged towards the carriage. However, he hadn't even reached it before he was blasted flying, and he transformed into a pile of mush. Yu Tsengping and Yun Renqing's expressions changed slightly. They exchanged glances and saw a trace of seriousness in each other's eyes. Because that disciple who charged at the carriage just now was a cultivator at the high rank of the Exalt realm, but had been instantly obliterated. The carriage stopped, and then a man and 2 women walked out from within it. Li Qing exclaimed, "Yan Yi!" Yan Yi's name was still quite unfamiliar to the people here. After all, it was quite a remote part of the entire prefecture. Yan Yi glanced at the people here, and then his gaze descended onto Li Maozhen. "Brotherly, allow me to use the teleportation formation within the city." Li Maozhen gazed at Yan Yi for a short while before he said, "That's not a problem. Thank you." Yan Yi, Fan Li, and Fan Ming started walking towards Stellar Sky City. However, there were many standing in their way. Yan Yi gazed at Yu Tsengping and Yun Renqing. "I'm just passing through. I don't want to interfere in your business." Yu Tsengping gazed at Yan Yi for a short while before he said, "Let him pass." "Don't." Suddenly a voice resounded from the horizon, and then an old man arrived here. It was none other than Yizhan who had fled that day. Yizhan said, "Brother Yu, Brother Yun, do you know who he is?" He continued before they could answer him. "Brother Yu, he's the one who killed over a dozen Exalt Realm cultivators and a Monarch Realm cultivator of your Beastmaster sect. Moreover, it was he who chopped off your granddaughter Zi Xin's arm. Besides that, it was he who called your son, Brother Yun." A ferocious expression immediately appeared on both Yu Tsengping and Yun Renqing's faces when they heard him. Yu Tsengping spoke fiercely. "Chop him into pieces, but keep the women alive." Swoosh! A ray of black light flashed through the sky, and then a few hundred disciples of the Beastmaster sect and Broken Saber Villa were instantly transformed into corpses. "His life belongs to me, Xiao Yu. His women belong to me, Xiao Yu, as well." A black-robed man arrived here. Chapter 845. All of them looked towards the source of the voice, and they saw a black-robed man walking through the sky towards them with a black spear in his hand. Every single step he took caused space to tremble before him, and it seemed like space itself couldn't endure his footsteps. Yu Tsengping was furious, and he was about to attack, but the woman from Martial Enlightenment City suddenly moved over to greet the black-robed man. "Senior Xiao Yu, what are you doing here?" The woman was rather respectful. "Senior." Yu Tsengping and the others were shocked when they heard this word. They knew that young Miss Ming was from the Ocean of Clouds Academy, so since she called him senior, then it meant he was from the academy as well. "Oh, it's junior sister Ming Zhan Shui." Xiao Yu nodded lightly before he gazed at Yang Yi. "Someone destroyed my Tao Order's Hell's Coffin. As a disciple of the Tao Order, how could I not come here?" Ming Zhanshui gazed at Yang Yi with slight astonishment. He's that disciple of the Ancient Sword School." A disciple of the Ancient Sword School. Yu Tsengping and the others instantly revealed grim expressions when they heard this. After all, they hadn't imagined that this ugly young man was actually from the Ancient Sword School, Regardless of whether it was the Ocean of Clouds Academy, the Tao Order, or the Ancient Sword School, every single one of them were existences that they couldn't afford to offend. As for their revenge, they naturally wanted to get it. Especially Yun Rinxing, because had lost his son, so how could he be willing to just give up on taking revenge? However, he understood that he absolutely couldn't act against Yang Yi. Otherwise, the entire Broken Saber Villa would be annihilated in an instant. Xiao Yu laughed coldly and said, "While the Ancient Sword Sect has always been enemies with my Tao Order, there really hasn't been anyone who dared to destroy the Hell's Coffin of my Tao Order. Even the Sword Emperor, Lu Weiner, who's said to be a genius that's rare to come by in 10,000 years, wouldn't dare do so. However, I never imagined that someone with no reputation at all would dare to. Does your boldness come from skill or is it ignorance?" Ming Zhanxue moved aside because she couldn't afford to offend someone from the Tao Order. But in the same way, she couldn't afford to offend someone from the Ancient Sword School as well. The only thing she could do was remain silent and help no one. Otherwise, if she dared to help this fellow from the Tao Order, then countless disciples of the Ancient Sword School would definitely make life worse than hell for her once she returned to the academy. Yang Yi patted Fan Meng on the head and said, "Both of you enter the city first." Fan Meng glanced at Xiao Yu and the others before she nodded. She knew that she would be of no help if she stayed. "Looks like you really know how to enjoy yourself." Xiao Yu laughed coldly. "Don't worry, I won't kill you right away. It'll make you watch what happens to the two of them. It'll allow you to realize what's the consequences of daring to insult my Tao Order." Yang Yi gazed at Xiao Yu with disdain. "Men should settle things with their fists, yet you intend to use women. If the Tao Order is filled with trash like you, then all I can say is that it'll all who come." "You'll kill all who come?" "Ha!" Xiao Yu roared with laughter for a while, and then he said, "When did another arrogant sword cultivator appear in the Ancient Sword School? Since you're so confident, then why don't we make a bet? 10 moves. If I can't defeat you in 10 moves, then you will kneel down before Stellar Sky City and shout that your Ancient Sword School is inferior to my Tao Order, alright? Similarly, if you're able to resist 10 moves of mine, then it'll be the one who kneels and shouts that my Tao Order is inferior to your Ancient Sword School." Xiao Yu was very well aware that the incident related to Yang Yi had aroused the attention of the Tao Order's higher-ups. It could be said that the person who resolved the matter and brought glory to the Tao Order would definitely receive the recognition of its higher-ups. Moreover, there would absolutely be no lack of rewards. So, that was why he had proposed such a bet. Once Yang Yi lost and shouted that the Ancient Sword School was inferior to the Tao Order, then he had no doubt that his name would spread throughout Pine Prefecture. Moreover, he would be rewarded by the Tao Order. It could be said to be like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Alright. A smile appeared on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. Xiao Yu wanted to bring glory for the Tao Order, and he similarly wanted to bring glory to the Ancient Sword School. Because only then would the higher-ups of the Ancient Sword School assist him from the shadows and stop those old living fossils of the Tao Order from acting against him. Wave Obliterator. Yang Yi had just finished speaking when Xiao Yu's spear had instantly transformed into a ray of black light which shot towards him. The spear tore through space all along the way, and the powerful aura it contained caused some of the demon beasts in the surroundings to immediately kneel on the ground. Moreover, the space around it seemed to be unable to endure the force it carried, and the space actually started to show signs of cracking apart. When the spear arrived less than 2 m away from him, Yang Yi finally clenched his right fist and smashed it forward. A gust of wind surged out and smashed against the spear. Bang! A huge explosion resounded as the black spear smashed apart Yang Yi's attack and didn't slow down at all as it continued towards Yang Yi. A slight smile arose on the corners of Xiao Yu's mouth when he witnessed this scene. However, it didn't take long for it to freeze while it grew wider. Because his spear had stopped just a few centimeters away from the center of Yang Yi's forehead, and Yang Yi's hand was holding onto it. Everyone here was astounded, including Xiao Yu. "I've resisted an attack of yours, not try mine." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi stomped the ground with his right foot, and then his figure vanished on the spot. He was in front of Xiao Yu when he appeared once more, and it astounded the latter. Xiao Yu had never expected Yan Ye's speed to be that swift, and he was about to retreat. However, rumbling suddenly resounded in his ear. Xiao Yu hadn't even been able to react before he felt sharp pain come from his body, and then his figure crashed down from midair. Bang! Xiao Yu's figure smashed against the ground, causing it to tremble violently while countless cracks stretched out from beneath him. Everyone here was petrified by this scene. Xiao Yu had lost just like that. He lost without even being able to resist a single attack from Yan Yi. Ming Zhang's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Perhaps others weren't aware of how terrifying Xiao Yu was, but Shed witnessed it with her own 2 eyes. Xiao Yu had once surmounted his realm of cultivation to kill a monarch realm expert, and it had even been a mid-rank monarch realm expert. But Shed never imagined that such a monstrous genius would have been unable to even resist a single attack from Yan Yi. Besides Ming Zhanxue, Li Qingyi was beyond shocked as well. After she recovered from the shock she experienced, all that was left was terror. After all, Shed threatened Yan Yi repeatedly in the past. Yu Tsemping and Yun Rinxing had extremely solemn expressions on their faces as well. While they were half-saints, they still felt extremely fearful when facing such monstrous geniuses. After all, monstrous geniuses usually couldn't be judged by convention, especially monstrous geniuses from platinum rank powers. Yan Yi held the black spear in his hand as he walked over to Xiao Yu. At this moment, Xiao Yu was still alive, but it seemed like something heavy had smashed against his body, causing it to be deformed. If it wasn't for the strength he possessed, he would be dead by now. Yan Yi looked down at Xiao Yu as he spoke indifferently. You've lost, so fulfill your promise. Xiao Yu stared fixedly at Yan Yi, and while there was resentment in his eyes, it was mostly terror which filled his eyes. Don't look at me like that, Yan Yi continued. I don't like people who go back on their word. Especially when they are my enemy. They'll say it again, you've lost, so start shouting. How could Xiao Yu dare to do that? So long as he did, then the ancient sword school wouldn't even have to act against him because just the Tao order would make living worse than death for him. Yan Yi waved his right hand and the spatial ring on Xiao Yu's hand flew into his grasp, and then he nodded lightly upon inspecting its contents. He said, Not bad, you have over 10,000 extreme-grade energy stones. Needless to say, you disciples of the Tao order are truly rich. Right, while this spear is only at the high grade of the Tao rank, it's not bad. It just happens to suit me. When he spoke up to this point, Yan Yi tapped the spear against Xiao Yu's right leg. Crack! The clear and melodious sound of bones breaking resounded. Ah! Xiao Yu's eyes opened wide and so did his mouth as a shrill cry shot into the sky. I do really respect some opponents, Yan Yi said, but I don't respect some people like you who like to threaten others with women. I heard your Tao order is quite cruel. It just so happens that I want you to see if I'm cruel or not. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Yi tapped once more with the spear. Crack! The bones and meridians within Xiao Yu's left leg shattered apart. At this moment, he wasn't even able to shout anymore. Yan Yi didn't speak, he just tapped once more with the spear. This time, it struck Xiao Yu's left hand, and then he tapped it against Xiao Yu's right hand. The bones and meridians within Xiao Yu's limbs had been completely shattered, and his face had warped severely from the intense pain he experienced. Besides the fact that you broke your promise, the most important reason why I'm treating you like this is because you don't respect women. Yan Yi continued. While they aren't my women, they are my friends. It's fine to disrespect me because I would kill you at the very most. But if you disrespect my friends, then it'll make even death become something difficult for you to attain. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Yi tapped once more with the spear, and it struck between Xiao Yu's groins. Xiao Yu's eyes were bloodshot, and they simply seemed like they were about to pop out from their sockets. This time, there was only terror left in his eyes, boundless terror. It wasn't just Xiao Yu, even Ming Zhanxue, Yu Tsemping, and the others had terror in their eyes. While Yan Yi's methods were cruel, it was nothing to them. After all, they were powerful figures, so which one of them hadn't killed in their lives? However, the problem was the person Yang Yi was torturing. He was torturing a disciple of the Tao Order in public, and it was like openly slapping the Tao Order's face. Needless to say, if Yang Yi survived the trip back to the ancient sword school, then the Tao Order's reputation, which it had maintained for tens of thousands of years, would be lost in a day. Clink! Suddenly, the tune of a zither resounded. It was clear and melodious, and it was like the tune of an immortal brushing through the world, causing the clamorous noise in the surroundings to instantly die down. All of them looked towards the source of the tune, and they saw a white-robed woman who had a veil covering her face standing on the walls of Stellar Sky City. The woman was seated cross-legged, and an ancient white jade zither rested on her lap. Moreover, her fair fingers were playing it gently. The tune of the zither was soft in the beginning, like a stream that was flowing slowly, and it was pleasing to the ear and gladdened the heart. However, it gradually sped up like a storm, and it didn't take long for it to quicken to the point it was like a tempest that surged through the world. It didn't take long for her hands to stop moving, and the tune of the zither immediately vanished. Bang! 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 At the exact same moment, numerous explosions resounded through Yang Yi's body as he stood below the city, and it only took an instant for him to be covered in blood. Chapter 846. Yang Yi! Fan Meng was almost scared out of her wits when she saw Yang Yi covered in blood, and she immediately leaped off the city walls and ran madly towards Yang Yi. Little Meng! Fan Li was horrified. She leaped off the city walls as well and hurriedly chased after Fan Meng. Fan Meng arrived before Yang Yi, and her tears surged out like a torrent as she gazed at the horrifying state Yang Yi was in. It only took an instant for her face to be covered in tears. It was all my fault. It was all my fault. This wouldn't have happened to you if it wasn't for me. It was my fault, it was all my fault. I'll come accompany you right now. She suddenly drew her sword and swung it towards her throat. No! Fan Li was overwhelmed with sorrow when she witnessed this, and it was like even her soul had been taken from her body. Right when her sword was about to slit her throat, a pair of fingers suddenly clamped down on her sword. At the same time, a voice resounded in her ears. Don't do anything silly. I'm still alive! Fan Meng was stunned for a moment, and then she completely disregarded the blood that covered Yang Yi as she wrapped her arms around him and cried with absolute sorrow. Fan Li slumped to the ground when she saw this, and it felt like her entire body was completely without a shred of strength. Once they saw that Yang Yi was still alive, all the others looked towards the white-robed woman who sat on the city walls. A white robe. They had no doubt that she was from the Tao Order, and she was a disciple of the heavenly path who wore white robes. Fear suffused all of their eyes as they gazed at her, and it even included the half-saints like Yu Tsungping and Li Xuanji. They naturally knew of the Tao Order, and they'd heard of the Tao Order's heavenly path, earthly path, and mortal path. They frequently came into contact with members of the earthly path and mortal path, but the members of the heavenly path were quite mysterious. They'd thought that the strengths of those in the heavenly path were just slightly superior to the earthly path at most, but the facts of the situation told them that it wasn't just a little, it was a huge amount instead. That disciple of the earthly path, Xiao Yu, was very strong, but Yang Yi had crushed him with a single attack. Yet now, Yang Yi had been heavily injured by a single attack from the woman. At this moment, many people here felt even more reverence towards the Tao Order. The white-robed woman stood up while carrying the zither in her arms, and she spoke slowly. That song was called Peace and Tranquility. I once used it to kill a half-saint without making a sound. I thought that it would be absolutely easy to kill you with it. However, I never imagined that your body is actually strong to such an extent. The tune of my zither broke through the defenses of your flesh, but it couldn't break your bones. I've seen a few body cultivators, but besides those in the demon race, I've never seen a single human who has cultivated their body to such a terrifying extent while at the Exalt realm. Yang Yi patted Fan Meng on the head and said, "Stand aside for now, all right? How about we flee?" Fan Meng spoke softly while tears still hung at the corners of her eyes. She was truly terrified of the white-robed man's strength. Yang Yi smiled. "We can run when I can't win, all right?" Fan Meng hesitated for a while before she nodded. You must remember to run if you can't win." Yang Yi chuckled and pushed her away lightly before walking slowly towards the white-robed woman with his sword in hand. "Your attacks were very unusual to the point that it struck me before I could react. If I'm not wrong, then you've comprehended wind intent, right?" she replied. "Wind intent at the once level of the heaven rank." Yang Yi spoke as he walked towards her. "With the wind to cover and conceal it, the sound waves of your zither are capable of moving soundlessly, and it's like the spring breeze when it strikes your opponent. Needless to say, it's really quite extraordinary." Her attack was slightly similar to his 3-level heaven rank sword intent. But it was only similar. Its might and unpredictability were far inferior to 3-level heaven rank sword intent. After all, his 3-level sword intent could merge directly into space and teleport through space to attack his opponents. Sword intent. Yang Yi knew that he had to think of a way to restore his sword intent. Because if he had sword intent to protect himself earlier, then her sound waves wouldn't have been able to injure him at all. She said, "You're very extraordinary as well." "Is that so?" Yang Yi stopped moving while a trace of a cold smile could be seen on the corners of his mouth. "Needless to say, at this point, the Tao Order has finally sent someone who is capable of slightly arousing my interest. Come. Try a swing of my sword instead." Yang Yi vanished on the spot once he finished speaking, and he was already in front of her when he appeared again. His sword pierced straight through her, but it was only an afterimage that he stabbed. Yang Yi wasn't surprised. He turned around and swung his sword again. Hiss! A gust of wind dispersed while Yang Yi's sword trembled slightly instead. Moreover, quite a few cracks appeared on it. Yang Yi raised his head to look over, and he saw that the white-robed woman was standing where he stood just a few moments ago. She bent her legs slightly before resting the jade zither on her thighs, and then she pinched one of its strings and slowly pulled it up. After that, she immediately let go. Oem! The space around her instantly split apart, while numerous spatial rifts started spreading like a spiderweb all around her. At the same time, a blade of wind that was fine like a dagger suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi. As soon as it did, countless other blades of wind suddenly and mysteriously appeared around Yang Yi in an instant. In just a moment, Yang Yi was completely drowned beneath countless blades of wind. Oem! A sword howl resounded, and then all the blades of wind instantly dispersed. They transformed into specks of energy that fell down from the sky. Shadow strike! As soon as Yang Yi spoke, a ray of blood-red light shot towards the woman. However, the blood-red ray of light stopped when it was less than 2 m away from her because a barrier of wind had appeared before her. Break through! Yang Yi's voice resounded once more, and then the barrier was instantly blasted apart, while the ray of blood-red light shot through her. This time, it was still an afterimage, and the woman was over 300 m away. At the same time, she pulled on another string. But right when she was about to let go, Yang Yi had suddenly appeared in front of her. Her pupils constricted slightly as a sword rapidly enlarged within her vision. Hiss! It pierced through her head, but it still struck nothing more than an afterimage. As for her body, it had appeared over 300 m away again. The tune of her zither resounded once more, and then a blade of wind that was over 30 m long and 10 m wide tore through the air as it slashed towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi turned around and swung his sword. Bang! The blade of wind exploded into pieces. How could that be possible? There was a trace of astonishment in her eyes. The strength of your attacks suddenly multiplied. In my entire lifetime. Yang Yi walked towards her as he continued. Amongst those in the same realm of cultivation, there have only been 2 so far who have been able to make me take them seriously. As for you, allow me to say something that isn't arrogant at all. You're still too weak. As soon as he finished speaking, his sword transformed into a ray of light that flashed forward. It was swift. Very swift. So swift that even the 3 half-saints here hadn't been able to catch a trace of his sword. This time, Yang Yi hadn't held back. The might of his attack had suddenly multiplied earlier because he'd utilized the critical strike technique. Now, his sword had become this swift because he'd executed lightspeed. While executing 2 techniques in succession caused the meridians in his body to crack open a little more, he really didn't want to waste any more time on her. After all, her speed was too shocking, and he couldn't gain an advantage over her even if he utilized the horizon warp technique. So, he had no other choice but to utilize these techniques. As soon as Yang Yi's attack flashed through the air, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. An instant later, crack! The jade zither in the woman's hand cracked apart, and then another instant passed before it transformed into powder. What a strong and fast attack! As soon as she finished speaking, a stream of blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth, and it instantly dyed her veil red. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had appeared in front of her again. He didn't strike another blow, and he asked instead, "Where's your spatial ring?" Had intended to just take hers. Unfortunately, he noticed that she wasn't wearing one on her hand. She just gazed at him without speaking a single word. Meanwhile, the tip of Yang Yi's sword pressed against her throat. Yang Yi gazed at her while he spoke with a completely emotionless voice. "Give me something precious in exchange for your life. Otherwise, you'll be losing your head." He really yearned for even more extreme-grade energy stones. After all, regardless of whether it was the improvement of his physical strength or cultivation, both required a huge amount of extreme-grade energy stones. Especially when he intended to charge into the monarch realm now. The extreme-grade energy stones he would need to consume was a terrifying number. She gazed at him for quite some time upon hearing him. Right when Yang Yi's sword had slit open a small cut on her throat, she finally moved. However, she didn't withdraw any treasures. She grabbed Yang Yi's sword instead and said, "The disciples of the Tao Order can be killed, but no insult is tolerated." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly pulled Yang Yi's sword towards her throat. Hiss! A stream of blood sprayed out from her throat. Yang Yi withdrew his sword and gazed at her corpse for a long time before he said, "You can be killed, but no insult is tolerated. You're an opponent who was worthy of respect." Yang Yi turned around and walked towards Fan Meng. She was worthy of respect, but not pity or regret. Because he was very clearly aware that she would definitely not hold back if she had the chance to kill him. "Well, never stop until you die." Suddenly, a voice resounded from the sky, and the white-robed woman's corpse vanished along with the voice. Yang Yi stopped moving, and then he looked up into the sky and said, "Bring it on!" Chapter 847. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze, and then he walked over to Fan Meng before he took her hand and walked towards the city. Suddenly, he stopped moving and looked at Ming Zhanxue. "Let's end this matter between you and Stellar Sky City right now, alright?" Ming Zhanxue's face fell, and she said, "Young Master Yang, this is between me and the Li clan." "You..." She hadn't even finished speaking when the tip of a sword pressed against the center of her forehead. It merely pierced her skin a little and caused traces of blood to flow out incessantly, and it instantly turned her face red. "What about now?" Yang Yi gazed at Ming Zhanxue with indifference. "Brother Yang, please show mercy!" Suddenly, Li Maozhen leaped off the city walls and arrived by Yang Yi's side. "It was I who caused all of this, so allow me to deal with it, alright?" Yang Yi withdrew his sword, and then he made a casual tossing motion. A white jade jar appeared in front of Li Maozhen as he said, "I said that I would definitely save you if I could. While there isn't much monkey wine in there, it should be sufficient to eliminate the poison within you." Li Maozhen's hands around the jar trembled slightly when he heard this. A short while passed before he took a deep breath and bowed slightly to Yang Yi. "No words of thanks are sufficient to express my gratitude. I'll remember this forever." Meanwhile, Li Qingyi and Li Xuanji appeared before Yang Yi. Li Qingyi bowed to Yang Yi, and her voice was filled with gratefulness and excitement. Thank you. Li Maozhen is right. No words of thanks are sufficient for this. Young brother Yang, if you need my stellar sky city's help for anything, you only have to say the word. Li Xuanji cupped his fists to Yang Yi, and his face was covered in gratitude and excitement as well. Then I won't hold back. Yang Yi continued. I intend to head to Martial Enlightenment City, and I need to use the teleportation formation in the city. That's naturally not a problem, Li Xuanji said. However, I'm afraid that you'll have to wait for a day. Yan Yi's brows knit together slightly. Why? He replied. When the Beastmaster sect and Broken Saber Villa attacked my city earlier, they were afraid that we would use the teleportation formation to flee, so they used the spies they placed within my city to destroy it. However, you don't have to worry because they didn't destroy the core of the formation. So, I only need a single day to repair it. A day? Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment, and then he nodded. All right, I need to rest as well. Li Xuanji nodded, and then he gazed at Yu Tsumping and Yun Rinqing. Both of you aren't leaving yet? Do you want to stay for food? Yu Tsumping and Yun Rinqing's faces were quite unsightly, and they shot their gazes towards Ming Jianxue. Li Maozhen gazed at Ming Jianxue and sighed softly. Miss Ming, this can be considered as something that's between us, so why don't we resolve it ourselves? Ming Jianxue gazed at him for a short while before she said, Okay. Yu Tsumping and Yun Rinqing didn't hesitate to lead their forces away when they heard her. Actually, they knew that they couldn't breach the city while that fellow, Yang Yi, was here. So, leaving now was definitely the best outcome. While they'd lost quite a huge amount of forces, Ming Jianxue would definitely compensate them. Yang Yi wasn't interested in the enmity between these forces, and the only reason Head lent Stellar Sky City a hand was mainly because he felt that Li Maozhen was a good guy. He just happened to possess the ability to do it, so Head just helped casually. After all, he didn't mind helping a little when he could change a person's fate, especially when it was someone whose character was agreeable to him. Stellar Sky City. Within a room, Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the bed while rows of extreme-grade energy stones laid before him. Actually, while his strength hadn't recovered to its peak, had recovered almost 70% of it. If it wasn't for the problem with his meridians, he could still slaughter half-saints even without his sword intent. It could be said that it wasn't his realm of cultivation or sword intent that had placed chains upon his strength, it was his meridians. The only way to resolve this issue was to access the primordial pagoda, and the only way to access the primordial pagoda was to improve his realm of cultivation. He had 20,000 extreme-grade energy stones now, but it was far from sufficient for him to charge into the monarch realm. So, the important matter at hand was to gain even more energy stones. It was too troublesome to earn them slowly, so had decided to take them by force. 4 hours later, Yang Yi had absorbed the energy within almost 10,000 extreme-grade energy stones, and the violet profound energy that was converted from those energy stones had almost completely repaired the injuries caused by him when he forcefully utilized sword energy and techniques earlier. Suddenly, Yang Yi's eyes opened wide, and then wild joy appeared on his face. Because he noticed that the tiny vortex had actually started spinning. It was revolving. Yang Yi almost leaped up with joy. He forcefully suppressed the excitement and happiness in his heart, and then he immersed his consciousness into his body. At this moment, the tiny vortex seemed to be in the same state as when Head just obtained it. It was revolving slowly, and it completely absorbed all the profound energy within him. So, Yang Yi hurriedly withdrew some extreme-grade energy stones when he noticed that. Another hour passed, and all the other 10,000 extreme-grade energy stones he had were completely exhausted. However, the primordial pagoda was still in the form of the tiny vortex. Yang Yi's face fell. His intuition told him that not just 10,000 extreme-grade energy stones were insufficient, even 100,000 would be unable to transform the tiny vortex back into the primordial pagoda. A long time passed before Yang Yi shook his head. He knew that he couldn't be impatient. In the end, it was still a good thing. Because the primordial pagoda had started to react to the profound energy within him, and this allowed him to see hope. Now, it was only a matter of time. "Brother Yang, may I come in?" Li Qingji's voice suddenly arose from outside the door. Yan Yi opened the door, and Li Qingyi was standing right in front of him. At this moment, she was still wearing a green dress. She was gorgeous, and her bearing was tranquil and elegant. Li Qingyi asked, "Did I disturb you?" Yan Yi shook his head and walked into the room. "How are little Meng and her sister?" she answered. "They've fallen asleep, very sound sleep." Yan Yi fell silent. He knew that they'd been worried and anxious every single day throughout this period. Not to mention sleeping, they didn't even dare doze off. Had thought about leaving them here at Stellar Sky City, but had discarded such a thought in the end. The Tao Order was aware that they were with him, so if he were to leave them here, then Stellar Sky City's strength would be utterly insufficient to protect them. Moreover, it might bring calamity down upon Stellar Sky City. The only power that could protect them was the ancient sword school. So, he had no choice but to take them there. "Thank you for helping my brother," Li Qingyi continued. "You didn't just save him, you saved my Li clan as well." "It was nothing." Yang Yi gazed at her and said, "You didn't come here just to thank me, right?" She said, "Can't I just come visit you?" Yang Yi gazed at her for a short while before he said, "Actually, I felt quite a bit of admiration towards you when I found out that you didn't hesitate to steal the monkey wine to save your older brother. That was also the true reason why I showed mercy that day." Li Qingyi asked. "Why?" he replied. "I have a younger sister. I would definitely stop at nothing to save her as well." "All right, let's stop this here and get to the point." She glanced at him and said, "Do you want to change the path you are taking and avoid martial enlightenment city?" Yang Yi frowned. "Why?" She pondered deeply for a long time before she said, "We received information that the members of the Tao Order are waiting for you there, and it might not just be one. Moreover, all of them wear white robes and might be stronger than the white-robed woman from before. Their true motive might not be to kill you but to delay your journey and wait for a person to arrive there." Yan Yi asked. "Who?" she replied. "The executioner, Man Ba. You should have heard of him, right?" Yang Yi shook his head. "No." Li Qingyi was at a loss for words. A short while passed before she took a deep glance at Yang Yi and said, "He's very famous in Pine Prefecture. He joined the Tao Order while at the Spirit Realm, and he became a member of the Mortal Path. Once he attained the Exalt Realm, he was instantly promoted to a member of the Earthly Path, and he even became the #1 expert here. Not only is his strength formidable, he's a very violent and vicious person as well. In the past, minor conflict arose between him and a gold-rank power called All Heaven City, and he slaughtered the entire city in response. He killed almost 1,000,000 people during that battle." "Oh." Yan Yi started walking forward as he spoke. Li Qingyi was stunned by this, and then she quickly followed him and said, Aren't you going to ask about his strength?" Yan Yi asked. "How strong is he?" She gazed at him for a short while before she smiled bitterly. "Do you know that Man Ba would definitely tear you up into pieces if he found out about the disregard you just displayed?" Yan Yi stopped, and then he turned around to look at her. "I think he wouldn't even dare to face me if he knew of my past accomplishments." "I don't believe that," Li Qingyi said. "I know you're very strong, and I've personally witnessed that. But no matter how strong you are you stronger than the Sword Emperor, Lu Weiner? She attained the heaven rank in sword intent a very long time ago, and she might have even attained the tuned level by now. After all, an expert of the ancient sword school once said that if Lu Weiner and Man Ba were in the same realm of cultivation, then Lu Weiner might not be able to defeat him." "Lu Weiner." A slight smile appeared on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. He hadn't imagined that the little girl who would seek guidance from him every single day in the past would be thriving so well in the radiant dimension. Li Qingyi said, "Why are you smiling?" "I'm thinking how Lu Weiner would look if she saw me." Yang Yi smiled. Li Qingyi was shocked. "You know her?" Meanwhile, Li Xuanji suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi. He glanced at his granddaughter, and then gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Young brother Yang, the teleportation formation has been repaired." However, I presume you're clearly aware that Martial Enlightenment City is. Why don't you go around it? It's fine. Yang Yi gazed at Li Qingyi and said, Help me bring Fan Meng and Fan Li over. Li Qingyi gazed at him for quite a long while, and she sighed softly when she saw Yang Yi's gaze that seemed to allow no refusal. She turned around and left. It didn't take long for Li Qingyi to bring Fan Li and Fan Meng to Yang Yi. Yang Yi took Fan Meng's hand, and then walked over to the teleportation formation under Li Zhangji's lead. It didn't take long for them to arrive at a teleportation platform. Li Xuanji spoke solemnly. Young brother Yang, while Man Ba is only at the Exalt realm, he has killed half-saints in the past. Half-saints? A faint smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. I once grew tired of killing them. As he spoke, Head pulled Fan Meng along and entered the teleportation formation with Fan Li. A ray of light flickered, and then they vanished on the spot. Chapter 848. Martial Enlightenment City. While it was a gold rank power, it wasn't renowned throughout Pine Prefecture, because there were countless gold rank powers throughout the prefecture. However, Martial Enlightenment City had become the center of the prefecture's attention today. A disciple of the Ancient Sword School had destroyed the Tao Order's Hell's Coffin, killed 2 of its disciples from the earthly path, and a disciple from the heavenly path. It could be said to be the first time that the Ancient Sword School had slapped the Tao Order so hard. The Ancient Sword School had been enemies with the Tao Order for many years, and their disciples would fight practically every single time they met. Over the years, both sides won and lost on occasion. But this time, it wasn't just a simple battle, and it wasn't just a matter of victory or defeat. This time, it was a matter of life and death. The death of a few was nothing to powers like the Tao Order and Ancient Sword School. In their opinion, their disciples could die, but they couldn't lose face. This time, Yang Yi had slapped the Tao Order's face really hard, and it could be said that Yang Yi had stomped on its face. So, if Yang Yi really was able to return to the Ancient Sword School, then there was no doubt that the Tao Order's face wouldn't have just been stomped on, it would have been completely and truly trampled on. Moreover, from that time onward, the Tao Order would be eternally beneath the Ancient Sword School. Not only that, but it would also be unable to hold its head up high before the other platinum rank powers as well. So, the Tao Order was determined to kill Yang Yi, and he couldn't just die normally. At this moment, the cultivators from all over the prefecture were standing around the teleportation platform in Martial Enlightenment City. However, the most striking of them all were the 2 groups of people who stood on the left and right of the teleportation platform. The group on the left consisted of 5 people, and all of them wore white robes. Obviously, they were disciples of the Tao Order. As for the group on the right, they had 5 members as well. All of them wore green clothes and carried sword chests on their backs. They were clearly from the Ancient Sword School. TSK. Not only have the 3 swords in the Exalt realm of the Ancient Sword School come here, even the slow sword, Wu Yanzhong, is here. Hee, looks like the Ancient Sword School is determined to fight the Tao Order to the end this time. The slow sword Wu Yanzhong? The same Wu Yanzhong who used the fundamental sword technique to surmount his realm of cultivation and kill a half-saint. Besides him, who else is worthy of being called the slow sword? He killed a half-saint with the fundamental sword technique while he was still at the high rank of the Exalt realm all those years ago. From that moment onwards he became renowned because of that battle. Now, a few years have passed, and he's at the Monarch realm. His current strength is probably impossible to fathom. Looks like the Ancient Sword School sent him to support Yang Yi because they don't want that fellow, Yang Yi, to be bullied or threatened by the Tao Order's experts. TSK. Looks like the Ancient Sword School really is determined to protect Yang Yi. Suddenly, the white-robed figures on the left of the teleportation platform had suddenly stood up, and then everyone watched as they bowed respectfully towards a certain direction. The others here looked in that direction, and they saw a white-robed woman who held a black sickle in her hand walking slowly towards them. The woman seemed to be around the age of 20. She had pretty and delicate features, and a slim figure. As she walked slowly with that sickle in her grasp, she seemed like the god of death from the netherworld, and she emanated a heavy pressure upon everyone around her. The god of death, Kong Lian. Someone exclaimed involuntarily. According to rumor, someone will definitely die wherever she goes. The Tao Order actually sent her. What exactly does it intend to do? Do they intend to fight the ancient sword school right now? This is getting serious. The members of the ancient sword school revealed solemn expressions when they saw her. If Yang Yi survives, all 5 of you will still die. If Yang Yi dies, all of you will die with him. The woman waved the sickle in her hand as she walked over to the members of the ancient sword school, and she gazed at them as if she was looking at corpses. Moreover, her tone was simply beyond doubt. Feel free to try if you have the ability. The man who led the group from the ancient sword school gazed at her as he spoke in a carefree manner. I heard that you, the slow sword, show signs of returning to simplicity. I've wanted to experience that for myself for a very long time. Kong Lian continued. I hope you don't disappoint me. Any time. Wu Yanzhong nodded. Many cultivators in the surroundings started quietly moving backwards, and they opened up a huge empty space there. At this moment, only the members of the ancient sword school and Tao Order resided in that empty space. Right when the atmosphere between them was tense, the circle of light around the teleportation formation trembled violently, and everyone immediately shot their gazes over. It didn't take long for a man and 2 women to appear there. The gazes of everyone descended onto the man. Yan Yi am a little scared. Fan Meng tightened her grip on Yan Ye's hand while her voice was trembling slightly. She had known what would happen here before they even teleported over here. Yan Yi chuckled lightly and said, Little Meng, remember that as a sword cultivator, you shouldn't fear the heavens, nor the earth, or the saints or immortals of this world. Well said. Wu Yanzhong and the other members of the ancient sword school walked over to Yang Yi. Wu Yanzhong sized him up before he said, Do as you please. No one will be able to bully you with a higher cultivation while you're here. I guarantee that with life. Yang Yi gazed at Wu Yanzhong and the others for a short while, and then he said, Thank you. After that, he walked over to the members of the Tao Order and said, The Tao Order intends to fight me, Yang Yi, until one of us is annihilated, right? Kong Lin said, Do you think that you can survive? Yang Yi replied with a question instead. Are all of you going to come at me at once, or will you fight me one by one? Everyone here was flabbergasted, and it included the members of the ancient sword school. All of them together? Together? Many thought that their ears were deceiving them. After all, those were disciples of the Tao Order, and they were said to be extraordinarily monstrous geniuses who could surmount their realms of cultivation to kill powerful experts. However, Yang Yi had actually asked them to attack him at once. Moreover, it even included Kong Lin, who was at the monarch realm. Arrogant. Absolutely arrogant. That was the first impression everyone had of Yang Yi. Are you sure that you aren't joking? Kong Lin stared fixedly at Yang Yi as she spoke. Moreover, the sickle in her grasp had started to spin swiftly. As it spun, even the space around it had been slid apart, causing numerous black circles to appear around it. Yang Yi chuckled lightly and said, Do you know? I'm already annoyed by all of you. One comes today, another comes tomorrow. If this goes on, then I'll be utterly annoyed even if all of you aren't. Since it's like that, why don't you just immediately send someone you think is strong? To be honest, I'm actually really happy that all of you are constantly sending wealth and your lives to me in succession. Because I'm really poor. However, I really don't want to waste time anymore with your Tao Order as well. So, why don't all of you fight me at once? Had already recovered most of his strength now, and the thing he wanted to do the most was look for Xiao Yushi, and Nanjing, Ding Xiaoyao, and the others. Besides that, he intended to look for the Zhuge clan which Elder Mu belonged to. He could be said that there were a huge number of things waiting for him, and he didn't have time to waste on the Tao Order. Yang Yi replied, I'm not joking. All of you can fight me at once. Don't waste everyone's time anymore. A wisp of ferocity arose on the corners of Kong Lien's mouth. She was about to attack when a young man behind her said, "Senior Sister Kong, allow me. Our Tao Order would still lose face if you killed him." The reason he dared to speak like that was exactly because of that. Kong Lien took a few steps forward, and she stopped only a few centimeters away from Yan Yi. A fierce smile still remained on the corners of her mouth as she said, "If you survive today, then I'll leave the Tao Order of my own free will, and I'll definitely kill you even if I have to go to the ends of the world." "Do you know," Yang Yi said, "many people wanted to kill me in the past. Yet now, the grass on their graves are probably even taller than you. Is that so?" Kong Lien suddenly cracked a smile as she said, "I hope you don't die. Otherwise, I would be very conflicted and depressed. Because I've never felt such urgency to kill someone." Are you done with the nonsense?" Yang Yi suddenly interrupted her and said, "If you aren't going to attack, then fuck off. Don't waste my time." She gazed at him for a short while before she said, "I hope you'll still be able to remain so arrogant later." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around to gaze at the man who stood behind her. "Lin Kai, take it slow. Don't kill him right away." Lin Kai spoke indifferently. "I'll keep him breathing for you, senior sister." Kong Lin nodded slightly before moving aside. Meanwhile, Wu Yanzhong suddenly walked over to Yan Yi and said, "His palm techniques are extremely formidable. He once relied on it to fight a half-saint realm demon beast. You must not underestimate him." Yan Yi nodded, and then he seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Is Lu Weiner in the ancient sword school right now?" Wu Yanzhong was stunned by this question, and then he nodded. "Senior Sister Lu is there indeed. However, she's in closed-door cultivation to charge into the half-saint realm. No one is allowed to disturb her. Do you know her?" "So that's why." Yan Yi came to a slight understanding. Logically speaking, he had gained quite a bit of reputation since he arrived at Pine Prefecture. So Lu Weiner and Nanjing, and the others should know that had arrived here. Especially Lu Weiner. After all, had caused such a commotion that even alarmed the higher-ups of the ancient sword school, so it didn't make sense for her to be unaware. Now, he finally understood why. It turned out that Lu Weiner was in closed-door cultivation. But he was still quite puzzled. After all, wasn't it impossible for Nanjing, Nether Maiden, Ding Xiaoyao, Xiao Yushi, and the others to be in closed-door cultivation at the same time? If they heard of him, then they would have definitely come to find him. However, none of them had come until now. Are they not in Pine Prefecture? Yan Yi's brows knit together tightly. "You can launch the first attack." Suddenly, Lin Kao interrupted Yan Yi's thoughts. Yan Yi glanced at Lin Kai and said, "How many extreme great energy stones did you bring with you?" Lin Kai replied, "Around 200,000. I've been accumulating them for a few years now. But do you have the ability to take them from me?" Yan Yi flipped his palm, and the ancient sheath appeared in his grasp. He sheathed his sword and said, "I don't like to waste time. So, let's determine life and death with a single move." As soon as he finished speaking, his sword left its sheath, and then the Dao rank sword in his grasp shattered along with a sword howl that shot into the sky. Chapter 849. The sword shattered, and a ray of light flashed. Lin Kai's body was instantly split into two, and his internal organs sprayed all over the ground along with his blood. It was truly a bloody scene. It was an instant kill. With just a single attack. The surroundings fell silent, deathly silent. All the spectators gazed at Yan Yi with disbelief, and it was like they'd been petrified. No one had expected Lin Kai to actually be killed from a single attack and without the ability to fight back at all, and this even included the members of the ancient sword school and Kong Lien. After all, Lin Kai was a monstrous genius at the high rank of the Exalt realm who had once remained undefeated in a battle with the demon beast at the half-saint realm. Yet now, had actually been unable to even resist a single swing of Yan Yi's sword. It made them wonder if Yan Yi was a high-rank half-saint. Yan Yi stretched out his hand and waved it, and then the spatial ring on Lin Kai's finger flew into his grasp. He nodded slightly upon inspecting its contents. Because Lin Kai hadn't lied, and there really were 200,000 extreme-grade energy stones within it. After he put it away, Yang Yi gazed at the other members of the Tao Order and said, "Playing with all of you is like playing games with children. It's completely meaningless. But it's fine since all of you are quite rich, yet I just happen to lack extreme-grade energy stones. Now all I want to know is if all of you are going to attack me together, and will you fight me one by one?" It was arrogant. Absolutely arrogant. Needless to say, what Yang Yi said was extremely arrogant, but everyone felt that he was qualified to do so. In the opinion of the spectators, Yang Yi was acting arrogantly because he was intentionally slapping the Tao Order's face. But in Yang Yi's opinion, he was merely stating a fact. It wasn't that these geniuses of the Tao Order were weak, it was the Tao Order who'd underestimated his strength. Because he was once at the 9th rank of the Monarch realm. Moreover, his combat strength had been on par with mid-grade half-saints of Profounder Continent, and he could even fight the high-grade half-saints there. However, the Tao Order had sent Exalt Realm experts to kill him. Under such circumstances, the Tao Order was falling into a lethal trap. "It seems that my eyes betrayed me," Kong Lian spoke in a heavy voice. Just that attack alone allowed her to realize that Yang Yi's strength was at the same level as her, and it might even be stronger than her. Because even she couldn't instantly kill Lin Kai. Yang Yi glanced at the members of the Tao Order and said, "Since no one is stepping forward, then I'm leaving." As he spoke, he gazed at Fan Meng and Fan Li. The two of them understood his intentions and hurriedly walked over to his side. Yang Yi took Fan Meng's hand and started walking forward. A white-robed young man from the Tao Order was about to step forward, but he was stopped by Kong Lian. "You aren't a match for him," the young man spoke solemnly. "Our Tao Order would definitely be laughed at if he's allowed to leave just like that." "Cause our Tao Order to be laughed at? Who does he think he is?" Suddenly, a furious howl that sounded like the roar of a wild beast resounded, and then a sharp explosion resounded in the air before a golden ray of saber energy slashed down from the sky. Its target was Yang Yi. A cold glow flashed through Yang Yi's eyes as he clenched his right fist tightly, and then he smashed it towards the saber energy. Bang! The saber energy was blasted into dispersal, and a powerful wave of energy swiftly swept out from there, causing the ground and the surroundings to be instantly cracked apart. All the spectators were astounded by this scene, and they hurriedly moved backwards. Fan Li swiftly pulled Fan Meng back with her as well. Because if they were to continue staying by Yang Yi's side under such circumstances, then they would only be a burden for him. Once the wave of energy dispersed, a man had appeared within their fields of vision. The man had a tall and robust figure which was at least 3 times larger than an ordinary person. Just a single arm of his was as thick as an adult's thigh, while his eyes seemed like they were the size of fists. Besides that, he had a huge saber that matched his size resting on his shoulder. The man didn't feel like he was human but a violent beast from deep within the mountains. "Man Ba! It's Man Ba!" Some were shocked. Man Ba could be considered to be very renowned throughout Pine Prefecture, and he was an extremely terrifying existence as well. He was cruel, ruthless, and insane. Perhaps he wasn't the strongest amongst the younger generation of the Tao Order, but he was definitely the one whom others feared the most, and it was none other than because he was a complete madman. Man Ba glanced at Yang Yi, yet his gaze descended onto Fan Meng and Fan Li in the end, and there was undisguised lust within his eyes. "The two of you belong to Yang Yi? Ha ha! He's really quite lucky to actually have such gorgeous little beauties to accompany him all along the way. Don't worry, once I twist off Yang Yi's head, it'll take good care of both of you in his stead. I guarantee that'll make both of you unable to get off the bed every single night. Ha!" As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly swung his saber at Yang Yi, and a strand of saber energy tore through the air and instantly arrived in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi's expression remained unchanged as he smashed his fist forward, and the saber energy was instantly blasted into pieces. Yang Yi waved his hand, An ray of light shot out from within the sword chest of the disciple from the ancient sword school and fell into his grasp. After that, Yang Yi started walking towards Man Ba. Looks like your Tao order doesn't just intend to kill me, it doesn't even intend to let my friends go. Bang! Man Ba struck his saber against the ground, and the ground instantly shook violently while countless cracks started spreading swiftly. There was a trace of madness and ferocity on the corners of his mouth as he spoke. Of course not. Don't worry, I won't kill you later. They'll make you kneel before the city gates. Do you know what you'll be doing while kneeling there? You'll be watching your women accept their customers. When he spoke up to this point, he roared with laughter and pointed at both Fan Meng and Fan Li. Men in the city, hear me. They'll cripple their cultivations later and make them lay before the city gates. You only have to pay a single energy stone to spend some time with them. Remember, only a single energy stone. Ha! Fan Li and Fan Meng's faces had turned slightly pale. Fan Meng held tightly onto Fan Li's hand while her figure trembled slightly. While Fan Li was comparatively calm, there was terror in her eyes. In their eyes, the Tao Order was an existence that was countless times stronger than their Fan clan. Or it should be said that it was an existence which they had to look up to in the past. Yet now, this existence which they had to look up to in the past intended to kill them, so how could they not feel fearful? Yang Yi started smiling, and he smiled at Man Ba as he said, Since I arrived at the Radiant Dimension, it's the first time I've had the thought of annihilating the Tao Order. Annihilate my Tao Order! Suddenly, cold laughter resounded from high above. Yang Yi, you really are an extraordinary genius. You haven't comprehended sword intent yet aren't any weaker to those sword cultivators who've comprehended heaven-rank sword intent. However, annihilate my Tao Order? Who do you think you are? If it wasn't a fight between juniors, I would have killed you with just a swing of my palm. Yang Yi replied. Then why don't we wait and see? Then we will. The voice resounded from the sky. Let me see if you, Yang Yi, can destroy my Tao Order, and am even more curious about whether you'll be able to survive today. Man Ba, just as you said, don't kill him later. My Tao Order will let the world witness the consequences of going against us. Don't worry, Elder. Man Ba smiled. I won't kill him later. I'll cripple him and make him a eunuch. After that, I'll make him kneel before the city gates and watch how his women moan beneath other men all day and night. Ha ha! Yang Yi turned around to look at Fan Meng and Fan Li. Are you too afraid? Fan Meng immediately shook her head and said, I'm afraid of nothing when you're here. You'll be afraid in a moment. Man Ba laughed ferociously, and then he gazed at Kong Lian. Senior Sister Kong, let's kill all of these disciples of the ancient sword school, all right? We won't bully the weak, and we'll fight against those at a similar realm of cultivation. Let's allow the world to see if the Tao Order or the ancient sword school is stronger. Kong Lian spoke solemnly. He's very strong. No matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than me? As soon as Man Ba finished speaking, a terrifying pressure suddenly surged out from within him, and then space seemed like it was boiling and started to ripple. Once-level heaven-rank slaughter intent. The expressions of everyone here turned pale. Ha ha ha! Man Ba raised his saber and pointed it at Yang Yi. Kill! Kong Lian and the others immediately attacked when they heard him. But they didn't attack Yang Yi, they attacked the other disciples of the ancient sword school instead. Yang Yi, don't worry about us and fight your battle. So long as you return alive to the ancient sword school, then it would be worth it even if we die. As soon as Wu Yanzhong finished speaking, a ray of light instantly charged out from within the sword chest on his back and shot towards Kong Lian. At the same time, the other 4 disciples behind him raised their swords and attacked the other disciples of the Tao Order. Yang Yi, I'll kill you in 10 moves. Man Ba roared furiously as he shot explosively towards Yang Yi, and his saber carried the might to split the world apart as it slashed down towards Yang Yi. The force carried by the saber was so powerful that it pressured the space around it to the point of warping, and it was extremely shocking. All the disciples of the Tao Order here shall die today. Yang Yi flipped his right palm, and a sword appeared in his grasp. After that, he swiftly made a flicking motion with it. Clang! The saber and sword collided with each other. Both instantly trembled violently while space even shattered apart. "It'll cripple you with one attack." Yang Yi stabbed his sword into the ancient sheath before swiftly drawing it. A sword howl shot into the sky as the sword shattered, and then a ray of light flashed. Man Ba's face turned grim, and he didn't dare act carelessly in the slightest. He immediately took his saber in both hands before slashing it down swiftly. Heavenbreaker! As soon as his voice resounded, a wave of saber energy shot out from the tip of the saber, and then it smashed against the sword energy. However, everyone here watched with astonishment as Man Ba's saber energy was instantly cut into two as if it was just a thin piece of paper. How could this be possible? Man Ba was shocked, and he was about to dodge. Unfortunately, it was too late, and Yang Yi's sword energy was about to smash his chest. Man Ba was horrified and quickly placed his saber before his chest to block the attack. Bang! The saber shook violently yet didn't shatter. However, Man Ba, who stood behind it, was blasted flying. Man Ba wasn't dead, of course, but that strike had covered him in blood. Moreover, disbelief still remained in his eyes because that attack of his was something that was even impossible for a half-saint to destroy with ease. Suddenly, Yang Yi appeared in front of him. Yang Yi stomped his foot down on Man Ba's face yet didn't even look at him. Yang Yi looked up into the sky instead and said, "Tao order! Just take a look. I can kill your disciples like dogs. I can kill them at will. You don't believe me? I'll demonstrate it once more." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi waved his hand and a sword suddenly flew into his grasp. He sheathed it before swiftly drawing it. The sword shattered while a ray of light flashed, and then a white-robed disciple of the Tao order was instantly chopped into two at the waist. "Sword! Come to me!" As soon as he spoke, another sword flew into his grasp. "I'm afraid you might have not seen it clearly, so I'll demonstrate it again." As soon as he finished speaking, his sword left its sheath and shattered. Meanwhile, a white-robed disciple in the distance was instantly killed. "Sword!" Yang Yi's voice resounded once more. Chapter 850. The sword entered the sheath before Yang Yi drew swiftly once more. Hiss! Besides Kong Lian, who was at the monarch realm, all the other white-robed disciples of the Tao order were slashed into two. At this moment, the minds of everyone here had gone blank, including Kong Lian, and Kong Lian's eyes were filled with disbelief. At this moment, the disciples of the ancient sword school were beyond shocked. They as well had never imagined that Yang Yi was actually so terrifying. My God! All of them were white-robed disciples of the Tao order. But he killed them like he was chopping through vegetables. As for the spectators, most didn't even dare believe their eyes. The surroundings had gone silent, absolutely silent. "I admit that we underestimated you. We severely underestimated you." Meanwhile, a low voice sounded out from the sky, and the voice carried a trace of killing intent yet was mostly filled with shock. Yang Yi laughed with ridicule before he looked down at Man Ba. At this moment, Man Ba was staring at him with eyes that were filled with ferocity. It wasn't that Man Ba didn't want to move, but it was that he couldn't move at all. Yang Yi's foot was on his stomach, and it was like a mountain pressing down upon him, causing him to be on the verge of suffocation. "I'm a very narrow-minded person, and I can't stand anything I dislike being in front of me." Yang Yi looked down at Man Ba and said, "What you said earlier truly displeased me. So, I've decided to make even death a dream for you." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi raised his sword and stabbed it into Man Ba's mouth before shaking it lightly. Man Ba's tongue was instantly chopped into bits. At the same time, his foot pressed down, and a muffled explosion resounded from Man Ba's stomach. Had naturally chopped off Man Ba's tongue and destroyed his dantian so that Man Ba couldn't take his own life. "How dare you!" A furious howl resounded in the sky, and then a huge palm tore through space and immediately appeared above Yang Yi. It was about to claw Yang Yi into pieces when a ray of sword energy suddenly shot out from the sky. It was extremely swift and instantly struck the enormous palm, causing it to tremble violently before quickly shrinking back. Nangong Tian! A low voice that carried violent killing intent resounded through the sky. Qing Wuji, aren't you ashamed of yourself for interfering in the business of the younger generation? As soon as this voice finished resounding through the air, an old man who wore a robe which was a mix of green and white appeared in the sky above everyone. At the same time, an old man appeared in front of him. The old man wore a gray robe, and his entire body was enveloped beneath his robe, causing it to be impossible to discern his appearance. The gray-robed man spoke in a deep voice. Nangong Tian, looks like your ancient sword school intends to act against my Tao order? Not at all. Nangong Tian spoke indifferently. Isn't it normal for the juniors to fight each other? That fellow, Man Ba, from your Tao order killed numerous disciples of my ancient sword school in the past, but my ancient sword school didn't say a word, right? If they are killed in a battle with someone in the same realm of cultivation, then it was because they lack skill and ability. If a disciple of my ancient sword school died at his hands, then it was because they didn't train well enough. Yet now, when a disciple of your Tao order lost to a disciple of my ancient sword school, a senior like you actually intends to interfere. Needless to say, it's truly a humiliation. When he spoke up to this point, Nangong Tian pointed at Yang Yi and said, all I'll say is that so long as a disciple of your Tao order who's in the same realm of cultivation as him is able to kill him, then you can do as you please with him. My ancient sword school won't say a word about it. However, if your Tao order intends to act shamelessly and intends to bully the young, then while my ancient sword school might not be able to keep him alive, we guarantee that we'll kill every single genius your Tao order obtains in the future. The ancient sword school couldn't be said to have a close relationship with Yang Yi, but Yang Yi absolutely couldn't be allowed to be bullied and killed by someone at a higher realm of cultivation. Otherwise, it wouldn't just disappoint the countless disciples of the ancient sword school, it would be equivalent to causing the ancient sword school to lose an extraordinary genius in the sword Tao and become the laughingstock of the entire prefecture. It could be said that Yang Yi's fate was related to the Tao order's honor, but it was also related to the ancient sword school's honor. The gray-robed old man fell silent. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had started moving instead. He dragged along Man Ba, who was on the verge of death, while he walked forward, step by step. Suddenly he stopped and gazed at Wu Yanzhong. Senior brother, please bring along the corpses of those other disciples of the Tao order. Wu Yanzhong glanced at Yang Yi before he nodded. Just like that, Wu Yanzhong and the others each dragged a corpse along as they followed Yang Yi. How dare you! The gray-robed man was furious when he witnessed this scene. However, a ray of sword energy tore through the sky and appeared in front of him. Brother Qing, we haven't sparred for a long time. Since we were able to meet each other today, then why don't we spar right now? As soon as Nangong Tian finished speaking, sword energy instantly covered the sky. The two extraordinary experts were fighting in the sky, but Yang Yi didn't stop at all. He just dragged Man Ba along as he walked step by step. Man Ba gazed resentfully at Yang Yi and wanted to move, but he couldn't move anymore. Because Yang Yi had crippled his limbs and the meridians within them, so he couldn't take his own life even if he wanted to. All along the way, countless people followed behind Yang Yi as they were curious of Yang Yi's intentions. The crowd gradually realized where Yang Yi was headed, because it was in the direction of the city gates. Suddenly, Kong Lian stood before Yang Yi and the others. Kong Lian didn't speak a single word, but the black sickle in her hand started spinning madly while strands of terrifying aura surged out from within her. Even space started to ripple before the aura she emanated. Kong Lian raised her sickle slowly and pointed it at Yang Yi. You're very strong. I noticed that you hadn't utilized your full strength just now. I'm truly really curious about how strong an Exalt Realm Profounder like you are. Meanwhile, Wu Yanzhong arrived in front of Yang Yi while an iron sword appeared in his grasp. Kong Lian, bullying someone in a lower realm of cultivation is a disgrace. Didn't you want to experience my slow sword? I'll allow you to experience it right now. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Yanzhong didn't wait for her refusal and just stabbed his sword forward in a very simple manner. It was a very ordinary attack, extremely ordinary. It was just like something common that had nothing special about it. However, it was exactly such an attack that caused Kong Lian's expression to change. "Your sword technique isn't bad." Yang Yi nodded, and then he continued forward while dragging Man Ba along. He took a few steps before he suddenly stopped, and then he gazed at Kong Lian, who was in fierce battle with Wu Yanzhong. "I'll allow you to witness it if you survive." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi continued walking towards the city gates. The disciples of the ancient sword school who were following behind him quickly took the corpse that Wu Yanzhong had been dragging along before following Yang Yi. "How dare you! You actually dare to humiliate my Tao order!" Suddenly, a white-robed man flashed over from afar. However, he hadn't even gotten close when a strand of sword energy slashed him into two. "Yang Yi!" Fan Meng was shocked, and she hurriedly ran over to Yang Yi. Because blood was actually seeping out of the corner of Yang Yi's mouth. Yang Yi shook his head and said, "There's no need to worry, it's just a small issue." "Right, remember to take the spatial rings off those corpses. All of those are treasures." Are you really fine?" Fan Meng was on the verge of crying because he didn't seem like he was fine no matter how she looked at it. "Don't worry, I know my limits." Yang Yi smiled, and then he turned his head to gaze at a disciple of the ancient sword school behind him. "Brother, isn't dragging them like this a little too troublesome? How about we get a rope and string their corpses together? Wouldn't that be easier?" "Lin Xiao," the man continued, "are you sure you want to do that?" Yang Yi nodded. "Of course." He took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi before he nodded. It didn't take long for all the other disciples of the Tao order besides Man Ba to be tied together like a meat skewer. Countless people in the surroundings were astounded by such a scene. He intends to completely humiliate the Tao order. Obviously, it was impossible for any reconciliation to be achieved between Yang Yi and the Tao order. Just like that, Yang Yi dragged Man Ba along as he walked towards the city gates while Lin Xiao stood behind him with a rope in his hand. The corpses of 5 white-robed disciples of the Tao order were tied together on that rope. Yang Yi seemed to be in a comparatively better state because he was still as calm and composed as he was before this. However, tempestuous waves of emotions were surging through the hearts of Lin Xiao and the others. The ancient sword school and Tao order had fought countless times, and the disciples of both sides had killed and insulted the other. However, it was the first time that the Tao order had been humiliated like this. At this moment, the worry in their hearts was far greater than the happiness and excitement they felt. Because the slightest mistake might cause war to erupt between the ancient sword school and the Tao order. If 2 platinum-rank sects were to start fighting, then it would affect the entire prefecture. "Ancient sword school! You're courting death!" Suddenly, another voice resounded from the distant crowd, and then a figure shot towards Yang Yi's group. "Sword!" Yang Yi waved his hand, and then a sword suddenly flew out from the crowd and transformed into a ray of light that entered Yang Yi's grasp. He sheathed it and drew it swiftly. The sword shattered, a ray of light flashed, and then death descended. Just like that, there was another corpse tied on the string. Disciples of the Tao order shot out incessantly from within the crowd. There were those who wore white robes, black robes, and even red robes. However, all of them were tied to the rope without exception. Now there were at least over 40 corpses tied to it. All of them belonged to the Tao order. It didn't take long for Yang Yi's group to reach the city gates. Yang Yi placed Man Ba on the ground before he turned around to gaze at Lin Xiao. "Brother Lin, help me get over a dozen beasts of desire." Lin Xiao's expression changed slightly. He glanced at Man Ba, and then he pondered deeply before he said, "It only takes a single swing of the sword. There's really no need for that." Yang Yi shook his head and said, "That would be letting him off too easily. He can insult me because I would just kill him at the very most. But since he insulted my friends, then it'll make even death something difficult for him to attain. Didn't he say that he would humiliate my friends?" Now, I'm going to make him personally experience how it feels. Terror finally appeared in Man Ba's eyes when he heard this. Lin Xiao gazed at Yang Yi for a short while, and then he nodded and left. Yang Yi walked over to the end of the rope, and then he grabbed it before leaping up onto the city wall, and then he tied the rope there. Just like that, a string of corpses was hung on the city walls of Martial Enlightenment City. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao had returned, and had brought over a dozen beasts of desire with him. Yang Yi pointed at Man Ba. The beast instantly howled before charging over to Man Ba. Yang Yi raised his head and looked up into the sky. Didn't your Tao order want to play? Then let's play. All right, well, play with you. A voice resounded from the sky. It was the voice of a saint. Chapter 851. As soon as the voice finished resounding through the air, Man Ba and the beasts of desire instantly vanished without making a single sound. They were dead. They were obliterated by a strange form of energy. Not only were they dead, even their souls had been completely obliterated. The ancient sword school has gained a great disciple. But the game has just officially begun. The voice sounded out slowly from the sky. It'll be waiting. Yang Yi glanced at the sky, and then he turned around and walked towards the tied-up corpses. He waved his sword swiftly for a moment, and it didn't take long for a row of words to appear on the wall below the corpses. The Tao order is nothing. Yang Yi sheathed his sword, and then he walked over to Fan Meng and took her hand before walking back into the city. Yang Yi asked, "How many spatial rings did you get?" Fan Meng replied, "Over 30. How many extreme-grade energy stones were there?" "Around 200,000 plus. Did you take some for yourself?" "How could I possibly do that?" How could I possibly do something like that?" I. The others were speechless. When Yang Ye's group returned to the streets from before, Kong Lian was gone, and only Wu Yanzhong remained there. At this moment, Wu Yanzhong was supporting himself with a single knee against the ground, and there were quite a few bone-deep injuries throughout his body. "Senior brother Wu!" Lin Xiao and the others were shocked, and they hurried over to Wu Yanzhong's side and helped him up. "Kong Lian!" Wu Yanzhong took a deep breath, and then he gazed at Yang Yi and said, "I know that you're very strong, but you must not be careless if you encounter her." "Of course." Yang Yi nodded. The reason he hadn't executed Heavenrend against Kong Lian earlier was because he wasn't confident in his ability to kill her. She was very strong, and very mysterious. Of course, while he wasn't confident in his ability to kill her, he didn't fear her. Even if he was still in an injured state. Wu Yanzhong nodded slightly when he saw that Yang Yi showed no signs of being arrogant, and he couldn't help but think even more highly of Yang Yi. After all, geniuses were usually very arrogant and conceited. Yang Yi's natural talent and strength could be described as terrifying, yet he didn't sense any arrogance or conceit from Yang Yi. "Martial uncle took a good disciple in." Wu Yanzhong glanced at Yang Yi and said, "You must pass through Matchless City to get to the Ancient Sword School because only the teleportation formation over there is capable of instantly teleporting you to the Ancient Sword School. In order to get to Matchless City, you must first pass through Tempest Mountain Range and Lianro Plains." Yang Yi frowned. "I can't teleport straight to Matchless City from Martial Enlightenment City?" Wu Yanzhong shook his head and said, "Martial Enlightenment City and Matchless City aren't allies. So, they didn't establish a teleportation formation between the two cities. So, you have to traverse Tempest Mountain Range and Lianro Plains." Yang Yi asked, "Can I fly through?" "No." Wu Yanzhong gazed seriously at Yang Yi. "Because there are demon kings in both Tempest Mountain Range and Lianro Plains. If you fly through those places, it would be considered disrespectful to them. So you have no choice but to walk." "Demon kings?" Yang Yi's pupils constricted slightly. Demon kings were Saint Realm experts. His current strength was naturally insufficient to fight Saint Realm experts. Unless he recovered all of his sword intent, and then the sword's spirit recovered and helped him execute the intent ignition technique before utilizing Heaven Rend. Otherwise, he would be unable to fight a Saint Realm expert even if his peak strength was restored. Wu Yanzhong spoke solemnly. Don't worry, the Demon King on Tempest Mountain Range is an old friend of our Supreme Elder, so he probably won't make things difficult for you. What I fear is Lionroar Plains because the Demon King on Lionroar Plains is an old friend of the Tao Order's past sect master. Of course, he would naturally not bully you, and even if he does try to bully you, our ancient sword school would definitely lend you a hand. However, I do fear that he might act in secret. Yang Yi spoke seriously. It'll destroy anything that blocks my path. Wu Yanzhong nodded and said, That's all you can do now. Right. It's best if you pay a visit to the previous city governor of Matchless City once you get there. He's a very good friend of your master's, and he's a sword forget as well. Perhaps he might give you an immortal rank sword. Master's good friend. A wisp of bitterness arose on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. Needless to say, it was getting more and more complicated and problematic. Because once Daoist Gu left his closed-door cultivation, then he would be completely exposed. At that time, it would truly be fun. However, he had no other choice now, and he could only brace himself and continue with this act. After all, he had to use the ancient sword school's name. Yang Yi suddenly asked, You want be coming with me? Wu Yanzhong shook his head and said, If I do, then it'll make the situation even more complicated. Because once I do follow you, then it might become a fight to the death between the younger generation of our ancient sword school and the Tao Order. Moreover, if you travel alone, then the Tao Order would only send its disciples in succession to take revenge. Yang Yi nodded, and then he pulled Fan Meng over. Brother Wu, my only worry is these sisters. Can they go with all of you? I hope that Brother Wu can take them to the Ancient Sword School because only the Ancient Sword School can guarantee their safety. I want to follow you. Fan Meng immediately refused and quickly wrapped her hands around Yang Yi's arm. Fan Meng's lips moved slightly, yet she didn't say anything in the end. Yang Yi rubbed Fan Meng's head and said, You'll only be a burden to me if you come. Understand? Fan Meng felt so aggrieved that tears welled up in her eyes. Yang Yi continued, You've seen it yourself all along the way here. My enemies are very strong, and I don't know who they will send next. But I have no doubt that they'll definitely send someone strong. While I'm confident in my ability, I'm still just a single person. So, what if you fall into their hands? What would I do then? Fan Meng lowered her head. Yang Yi continued once more. You've experienced many things during this time, and you should have understood some things. If you want to live and live well in this world, then the only way is to rely on your own strength. You're very weak now, extremely weak. You're weak to the point that you need me and your older sister to protect you. Don't tell me you want to stay this way forever? A short while passed before Fan Meng raised her head and looked at Yang Yi. However, there were 2 lines of tears on her face. You promise me that you'll definitely come to the Ancient Sword School. You must. I promise. Yang Yi smiled, and then he gazed at Fan Li and said, Stop pampering her after the 2 of you get there. Allow her to suffer a little. Right, if Lu Weiner emerges from her closed-door cultivation, then take little Meng to her. Just say that it was I who told you to go to her. She'll take care of both of you. Fan Li nodded and said, Stay alive! Wu Yanzhong asked abruptly. Brother Yang, you know senior sister Lu? Yang Yi said. More or less. Wu Yanzhong glanced at Yang Yi and said, Senior sister Lu's background is rather mysterious. No one knows where she came from, and I've never heard of her having any friends. I never expected Brother Yang to actually know her. Yang Yi smiled and didn't linger on this topic. It'll be troubling Brother Wu with them. It's not a problem at all. Wu Yanzhong hesitated for a moment before he said, Brother Yang, do you not have a sword of your own for now? Yang Yi nodded. To be honest, he really hadn't found a suitable sword until now. The sword precursor was formidable, but the problem was that he couldn't utilize it for now. Wu Yanzhong waved his right hand when he saw Yang Yi nod to him, and a black sword chest appeared in front of Yang Yi. Brother Yang, within this sword chest are all the swords that I've gathered over the years. There are 100 Dao rank swords in there. I hope they'll be useful to you. Yang Yi glanced at Wu Yanzhong, and then he took it and said, Thank you. You'll remember this kindness. Wu Yanzhong chuckled and said, I'm not giving it to you for free. Remember, you must return it to me. It'll be waiting for you to return it to me. Of course. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi glanced at Fan Meng before turning around and walking towards the city gates. Meanwhile, Fan Meng wanted to say something, but Yang Yi's figure vanished from her field of vision. Fan Meng was stunned, and then she said, Big sister, he'll definitely be able to survive, right? Fan Li nodded and said, Of course. Lin Xiao suddenly asked, Senior brother, who do you think is stronger between him and senior sister Lu? Wu Yanzhong fell silent for a short while, and then he answered, I can't see through him. Even you've noticed that he hasn't comprehended sword intent, but his sword energy isn't the slightest bit inferior to all of us who've comprehended sword intent. He's very mysterious and very strong. As for senior sister Lu, she should have attained the Toon level of heaven rank sword intent by now. Moreover, she should be on the verge of attaining the half-saint realm. So, they can't be compared at all. Fan Meng spoke abruptly. Yang Yi is definitely stronger than Lu Weiner. Wu Yanzhong seemed to be interested and asked, Why? She replied, My intuition. Wu Yanzhong and the others exchanged glances, and then they shook their heads and smiled. After he left Martial Enlightenment City, Yang Yi shot into the depths of the mountain range around the city, and he found a cave there. Yang Yi sat cross-legged within the cave while blood flowed out incessantly from the corner of his mouth. While he seemed to have killed them like he was slaughtering chickens just now. Head actually paid a huge price for that. Because Head executed Heavenrend earlier, and Head overlapped it at least 10 times. Moreover, Head enhanced it with critical strike and light speed. That was why he could kill them with a single swing of his sword. So, he was naturally suffering from backlash now. The cracks on his meridians grew wider, while numerous cracks even appeared throughout his body. It wasn't just his body, even his internal organs had started to crack apart. It could be said that his entire body was covered in injuries now. However, Head forcefully endured it, and hadn't allowed it to be exposed. Yang Yi withdrew the extreme-grade energy stones he possessed and started to absorb them like a madman. However, Yang Yi's eyes suddenly opened up, and he looked towards the entrance of the cave. A person was suddenly standing there. It's actually you! Yang Yi's pupils constricted. Chapter 852. It was a woman who stood at the entrance. Her feet weren't touching the ground as she was floating instead. She wore a pure white dress, had skin that was white as snow, and a pair of eyes that were clear as the springs during autumn. As she stood there, she naturally emanated an elegant, cold, and proud bearing, and it caused others to feel inferior in comparison and afraid to disrespect her in the slightest. Of course, most importantly, she was at the Saint Realm. An even more important point was that Yang Yi knew her. She was the founding ancestor of Flower Palace, Mu Han's Han. I never expected you to still be alive. She spoke with an icy cold voice that carried a trace of killing intent. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. I seem to have disappointed you. Mu Han's Han replied. A little. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time before he spoke again. Why have you come here to see me? It was naturally impossible that she'd come to kill him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the chance to speak a single word. Mu Han's Han gazed at him for a short while before she said, The heavens and the earth collapsed, and that entire world was destroyed. How exactly did you survive? Yang Yi said. Would you believe me if I told you that I didn't know? Mu Han's Han gazed silently at Yang Yi. Yang Yi continued. That day, I fell unconscious upon slashing the eye of the Heaven Dao into pieces. You destroyed the eye of the Heaven Dao? Mu Han's Han had suddenly interrupted him. Yang Yi nodded. Impossible! She spoke in a low voice. Even I would never stand a chance at even shaking that eye of the heaven Tao. You were only at the monarch realm then, so no matter how heaven-defying you are, it's impossible for you to destroy it. Yang Yi stood up abruptly and walked over to her. Do you know how many experts died on Profounder Continent that day? Over 1,000 Saint Realm experts. Over 1,000 of them detonated themselves. Besides that, there were countless other half-saints and Monarch Realm experts who perished that day. Even though the hallowed grounds and defiant Profounders were once his enemies, Yang Yi was very clearly aware that if it wasn't for their sacrifice and the sacrifice of Elder Mu and the others, then it would have been utterly impossible for him to destroy the Eye of the Heaven Tao. Over 1,000 saints? Mu Hanhan frowned. Impossible. It's impossible for them to attain the Saint Realm without quintessence violet energy. Yang Yi said. Why would I lie? Mu Hanhan gazed at him for a long time before she said. Looks like you have other secrets. Yang Yi walked to the side and sat down cross-legged. You probably didn't come here to have a chat. Do you need something? Mu Hanhan suddenly asked. Why didn't you go with me that day? Yang Yi said. There were people there whom I wished to protect. While I wasn't able to protect them in the end, I stayed behind and tried my best. Do you know? Mu Hanhan said. I would have killed you if you chose to leave with me. Yang Yi asked. Why? She answered. A man can be weak, ugly, or even without any authority or power. However, a man can absolutely not lack backbone, honor, and a sense of responsibility. I look down upon any man who doesn't have any backbone, honor, and a sense of responsibility. I didn't have any good intentions when I asked you to come with me that day. Because I would be able to kill you with a clear conscience if you did. Unfortunately, you didn't. Yang Yi asked. What are you trying to say? Mu Hanhan replied. No matter how cold and calm we act towards each other, the fact that we have a shadow of each other in the depths of our hearts cannot be changed. Those red threads that little girl placed within us surpass the laws of the Heaven Tao. So, I can't do anything about them. It has troubled me until now and caused my cultivation to be unable to advance at all. I came here to resolve the matter. I can't do anything about it as well. Yang Yi gazed at her and said, Am telling the truth? She asked. What about that little girl? Yang Yi answered. Something happened to her, and she can't show herself for now. Mu Hanhan gazed silently at Yang Yi. Yang Yi was looking at her as well. I can't deny that you're very beautiful, and you're extremely strong as well. However, I'm not stupid enough to act shamelessly and try to stick with you. Mu Hanhan said. If you're weak, then you should keep a low profile and act humbly. Yang Yi said. Would you rather I use a fake side of me or the real me when we talk? She gazed at him for a long time, and then she finally said. We can be said to be in an impasse. I don't want to continue staying in this state, but I'm unable to kill you as well. How about we do this? Let's make a bet. If I lose, then it'll be yours, but if I win, then you die. All right? Yang Yi asked. Isn't it better if we keep it like how we are right now, and we both don't disturb each other? Mu Hanhan replied. At my realm of cultivation, the slightest disturbance to my thoughts while charging into a higher realm of cultivation might lead to my death. So, this problem between us must be resolved. Yang Yi asked. What's the bet? She replied. I'll give you 2 years of time. Come find me and defeat me then, and I'll go with you. Yang Yi shook his head. She said. You refuse? I refuse. Yang Yi stared her in the eyes and said. I don't like to be threatened or forced. Moreover, there are no feelings between us. The only thing that ties us together are those red threads. It's pointless to force ourselves to be together. Mu Hanhan said. You make it seem like you'll definitely defeat me. Yang Yi said. If you want to resolve the problem caused by those red threads, then it's not a problem. Because I want to resolve that problem as well. Just give me some time. Perhaps it wouldn't even take 2 years for me to resolve that problem. She suddenly said. Am I that unworthy of you? Yang Yi was stunned, and then he said. Then do you love me? What do you think? All I know is that you want me dead. Mu Hanzhan said. Actually, I really admire you. You're decisive and really ruthless. Unfortunately, you're too weak. How many years have you cultivated for? Yan Yi continued. How many years have I? The corners of Mu Hanzhan's mouth twitched slightly. Yan Yi said. Actually, it isn't necessary for us to kill each other. Even if we can't become lovers, we can still become friends, right? Yang Yi wasn't a pedantic person. If he could become friends with a Saint Realm expert, then he felt that only an idiot would refuse to do so. Friends? Mu Hanzhan was slightly stunned and seemed to have never expected Yang Yi to speak such words. Yang Yi nodded. As for what happens in the future, let's just allow nature to take its course. All right? You should be aware that forcing things usually makes the situation even more complicated. Mu Hanzhan suddenly said. If a friend is in need, then a friend should lend a hand, right? Yang Yi replied. Of course. Mu Hanzhan nodded and said. All right, then let's be friends for now. Yang Yi was delighted and said. Since we're friends, then I won't hold back. See, the Tao Order refuses to let me go, so shouldn't you? I can't help. Mu Hanzhan interrupted him. If I lend you a hand, then they will send Saint Realm experts. So long as that happens, you'll definitely die unless 3 other Saint Realm experts protect you at all times. Now, the conflict between you and the Tao Order can only be considered as a fight between the juniors, so both sides want to dispatch Saint Realm experts. So, it's much more advantageous to you now. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. I'm sure you've noticed that I'm in quite a bad situation. How about you lend me 100,000 extreme grade energy stones? Had only just finished speaking when a spatial ring appeared before him, and he saw that there just happened to be 100,000 extreme grade energy stones within it. Mu Hanzhan asked, Are we friends now? Yang Yi nodded with a slightly blank expression. Isn't she a little too easy to convince? Mu Hanzhan said, I was betrothed to the son of Sky Divine Hall's master. If nothing unexpected happens, then he'll be married in 2 years from now, but I don't want to marry him. So, I hope that you'll come save me 2 years from now. As a friend, you wouldn't refuse such a trivial matter, right? I was tricked. Yan Yi's face instantly became very colorful. She continued, I know that it's quite difficult. After all, the master of Sky Divine Hall is at the Saint Realm, and his son is a high-rank half-saint who's called a quasi-saint. However, it shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Why is your face so unsightly? She continued, You wouldn't be unwilling, right? You yourself said that friends should help each other. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time. Refuse her? But had just said that friends should help each other. Moreover, had taken her energy stones. Don't refuse her? While he didn't know the exact strength of Sky Divine Hall, it was obvious that it was definitely not simple. Yang Yi asked, Are you being serious or are you teasing me? I'm serious. She continued, Right, I forgot to tell you that besides me, he wants to marry your little lover as well. In other words, a Nanjing. A Nanjing. Yan Yi's expression changed slightly, and he said, She's at Sky Divine Hall? Mu Hanzhan nodded and said, She is. However, she has been restrained because the son of Sky Divine Hall's master has taken a liking to her. But don't worry, she's considered as my disciple for now, so she'll be fine for now while under my protection. However, once he attains the Saint Realm, then not to mention protecting her, I wouldn't even be able to protect myself. Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, 2 years from now. No, 1 year from now. No, it'll take half a year at most. They'll come get both of you in half a year from now. Mu Hanzhan said, Sky Divine Hall has Saint Realm experts, and there are more than one. They'll still take both of you from there even if it has 1,000 saints. Mu Hanzhan said, They won't allow it. Then he'll kill them. Chapter 853. Mu Hanzhan gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before she said, You know, your confidence and arrogance are actually very attractive. Even if you're only at the Exalt realm and are quite ugly. Isn't Nanjing well? Asked Yang Yi. At this moment, he didn't have the mood to talk nonsense with Mu Hanzhan. Mu Hanzhan replied, She's a half-saint now, and her natural talent and strength are only slightly inferior to the junior sect master of Sky Divine Hall. Yang Yi nodded and said, Go back and tell her that I'll come for her soon. It won't take too long. I will. Mu Hanzhan glanced at him and said, Aren't you going to ask about his strength? Yang Yi shook his head. It's meaningless. No matter how strong it is or how great his natural talent is, he'll still go get in Nanjing. Oh, and you as well! Mu Hanzhan gazed at him for a short while, and then she suddenly walked over to him and said, I notice that I admire you even more now. Yang Yi asked. And then? She stretched out her hand towards him, and then Yang Yi's expression instantly changed drastically. Because he noticed that he was actually unable to move at all, and he could only watch as her hand touched his face. The Saint Realm. This was the strength of a Saint Realm expert. At this moment, he didn't even have the strength to fight back against someone at the Saint Realm. Mu Hanzhan touched Yang Yi's face with her hand. A long time passed before she frowned. There's something really wrong with your meridians. Its injuries aren't from any ordinary force. This is the energy of the laws. A long time passed before she withdrew her hand and spoke solemnly. It was done by a person. Someone wants to cripple you. It was done by someone? Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Had thought that his meridians had fallen to such a state because he utilized Heavenrend, but now it would seem like it was far from being that simple. While I don't know what law this is, I have no doubt that it's extremely strong. It can be said to be the strongest I've ever seen. Who exactly have you offended to the point that person actually intends to cripple you? Wait. With that person's strength, it should have been sufficient for that person to crush you countless times. Mu Hanzhan's brows knit together tightly. Yang Yi fell silent as he tried hard to recall what had occurred at that time. Unfortunately, he couldn't remember anything, and he could only remember feeling like something pushed him. Could someone have helped me in secret? Yang Yi was frowning as well, and he noticed that it wasn't so simple anymore. Mu Hanzhan spoke solemnly. If you come to Sky Divine Hall in such a condition, then you'll be courting death. Yang Yi stopped thinking about that and said, I'll deal with my meridians, and I'll restore my strength as soon as possible. Trust me, it'll come soon for both of you. Mu Hanzhan stared at him for a long time before she said, Pine Prefecture is vast, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it practically boundless. Pine Prefecture is divided into the north and south. The north is the territory of the Ancient Sword School and the Tao Order, whereas the south belongs to the Endless Devil Sect and Sky Divine Hall. If you intend to come to Sky Divine Hall, then you must travel to the south. When she spoke up to this point, Mu Hanzhan paused for a moment before she continued. It's undoubtedly a daydream to fight Sky Divine Hall with your own strength. So, it's best if you rely on the Ancient Sword School. While the Ancient Sword School is still slightly inferior to Sky Divine Hall, the gap between them isn't that huge. If you can make the Ancient Sword School help you, then perhaps you'll have a chance to take both a Nanjing and me with you. Yang Yi said, I'm not a disciple of the Ancient Sword School. Then become one. Mu Hanzhan continued. Besides that, don't underestimate the Tao Order. The Tao Order has existed in the Radiant Dimension for tens of thousands of years, and its resources and reserves can be said to be unfathomable. Those fellows you killed before this can only be considered as nobodies in the Tao Order. Nobodies? Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. You're saying that the Tao Order was only playing with me before this? She shook her head and said, They severely underestimated your strength. After all, you're only at the Exalt realm, and you don't possess sword intent. So, they didn't really take you seriously. However, you've exposed your strength in Martial Enlightenment City just now. So, they won't underestimate you anymore. The next disciple of the Tao Order you meet will definitely be a true monstrous genius. Yang Yi nodded and said, I won't underestimate my opponents. She nodded and said, That's for the best. After all, many experts and geniuses die from looking down on their opponents. Yan Yi suddenly asked, "Do you know where Nether Maiden, Ding Xiaoyao, and the others are?" Mu Hanzhan glanced at him and fell silent. Yan Yi clenched his fist slowly as he said, "Has something happened to them?" Mu Hanzhan shook her head and said, "No, it's just that. I'll tell you when you have the strength to take us from Sky Divine Hall." Yan Yi's brows knit tightly together, but he didn't ask about it. He knew that the current situation for those geniuses they took to the outer heavens that day was probably very bad. My strength. I must recover my strength. Yan Yi took a deep breath. He knew that he had to recover as soon as possible. Not only did he have to recover, he had to attain the half-saint and even saint realm as soon as possible. He had Elder Mu, Lu Yen, and the others to protect him on Profounder Continent, but he could only rely on himself now. Come as soon as possible. Otherwise, your woman might belong to someone else instead. As soon as Mu Hanzhan finished speaking these words, her figure vanished into thin air. I'm still too weak. I must improve my strength, recover my sword intent, and attain the saint realm as quickly as possible. Yan Yi took a deep breath and sat cross-legged on the ground before starting to absorb the energy stones like a madman. At this moment, he had around 400,000 extreme-grade energy stones, and it was sufficient to improve his physical Boda strength again. As for his cultivation, had decided not to force it up and allow it to improve naturally. That meant allowing his strength to accumulate to a certain extent before rising in a natural manner instead of forcing it to the next realm. Now, his main objective was to ceaselessly improve his physical body because only then could he overlap even more Heavenrands in his attacks, and only then could he execute the true Heavenrand. Otherwise, he would become crippled every single time he executed Heavenrand, so how would he fight then? Of course, besides improving his body, he had an even more important goal, and it was to feel the tiny vortex. As Yan Yi ceaselessly swallowed energy stone after energy stone, energy was being endlessly converted into violet profound energy, and this profound energy was split into two streams. One repaired his body, and it nurtured the cracked meridians and internal organs throughout his body. As for the other stream, it was completely absorbed by the tiny vortex. Just like that, time passed by slowly, and the energy stones Yan Yi possessed were reducing rapidly. Only around 300,000 remained from the 400,000 he possessed. Actually, 400,000 extreme-grade energy stones were sufficient for someone at the mortal realm to cultivate to the half-saint realm. But in Yan Yi's opinion, it was still a little too little. Because if extreme-grade energy stones were converted normally, they could be converted into 100 strands of profound energy, but when converted into the violet profound energy within Yan Yi, only around 10 at most remained. The reason his violet profound energy was powerful was because it was pure and without any impurities. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed, and only 100,000 extreme-grade energy stones remained from the 300,000. His body had practically recovered, and his body had risen to the next level under the nourishment of the violet profound energy. At this moment, his body was comparable to the body of a demon beast at the mid-rank of the half-saint realm. Moreover, he sensed that his cultivation was at the peak of the exalt realm, and it could break through into the monarch realm at any moment. While his body had improved, the tiny vortex still showed no signs of recovering. Another day passed, and the tiny vortex still didn't move at all after had completely exhausted all 400,000 extreme-grade energy stones that he possessed. This really made Yan Yi feel speechless. Because once the tiny vortex recovered, then he could immediately restore his meridians. Moreover, he would be able to take out and use his treasures like the Herculean hammer and stone of suppression. At that time, not to mention an exalt realm expert of the Tao Order, even a high-rank half-saint of the Tao Order could dream of stopping him from getting to the ancient sword school. Yan Yi didn't waste another moment of time here. He left the cave, and then he glanced at the surroundings. I made a mistake. I should have gotten a carriage and marshal Enlightenment City. He couldn't utilize his profound energy, so it meant that he couldn't fly, and he could only rely on his physical strength to dash on the ground. A short distance wouldn't be a problem at all. But the problem was that he had to travel at least 500,000 kilometers to get to Matchless City. Moreover, he wouldn't be able to cultivate if he were to run all the way. A short while passed before he raised his head and looked towards the distance. There was a group of mountains that towered into the sky within his vision. He was able to sense a few powerful auras amidst the mountains, but none of them belonged to Saint Realm experts. Yan Ye's face turned slightly gloomy. He knew that he wasn't able to sense a Saint Realm expert with his current strength. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves hitting the ground resounded from afar, and it didn't take long for a group to appear within Yan Ye's field of vision. It was a cavalry that consisted of around 20 people, and all of them were at the monarch realm. There was a luxurious carriage at the center of the cavalry. The reason it seemed luxurious was because it was at least 5 times larger than the carriage he used before. Moreover, it wasn't just pulled by a single horse but 5 monarch realm Pegasus horses. There were 2 men and 2 women at the front of the group, and all of them were at the monarch realm as well. Most importantly, there was a small character embroidered on their left chests. Yan Yi recognized that symbol. It was the symbol of the Ocean of Clouds Academy. Yan Yi was looking at them, and they were looking at him as well. "Ugly bastard, what are you looking at? Have you not seen a beauty in your life?" Suddenly, one of the women from the Ocean of Clouds Academy who wore a red dress shouted at Yan Yi. Yan Yi was slightly stunned, and his gaze, which had retracted, descended once more onto the woman. She was around the age of 20, had a pretty appearance, and a voluptuous body. While she couldn't compare to Mu Hanzhan, Xiao Yushi, and the others, she really was a beauty. Yan Yi pondered deeply for a moment, and then he withdrew the sword chest which Wu Yanzhong gave him and carried it on his back. The ancient sword school! Their expressions instantly changed when they witnessed this scene. Chapter 854. Yan Yi asked. "Based on the direction all of you are heading, are you going to Matchless City?" Their expressions eased up slightly when they noticed that Yan Yi was a disciple of the ancient sword school, and the contempt and vigilance in their eyes reduced greatly as well. The leader of the cavalry said, "I'm the vice commander of the Royal Guard of Matchless City, you gang. May I know which peak you're from in the ancient sword school?" "The Royal Guard of Matchless City." Yan Yi was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected them to actually belong to Matchless City. He immediately said, "The Heavenly Sword Peak, Yi Yang! The Heavenly Sword Peak!" Yu Gang's cold expression eased up. "So you're a disciple of Taoist Gu. Is Brother Yi heading to Matchless City as well?" Yan Yi nodded. Yu Gang pondered deeply for a moment before he said, "If you're not afraid of trouble, then you can come with us. Let me warn you in advance that our trip might not be very peaceful." Yan Yi smiled and said, "It's fine. You'll be the first to leave if there's trouble." Of course, the trouble he was talking about was the Tao Order. If the members of the Tao Order came looking for him, then he naturally couldn't drag them down with him. All of them felt speechless. The expressions of Yu Gang and the others changed slightly when they heard him, and the other members of the cavalry even shot slightly cold gazes which carried a trace of disdain at him. Moreover, Yu Gang's expression that had eased up just moments ago had become cold again. As for those 4 fellows from the Ocean of Clouds Academy, their disdain wasn't concealed at all, and all there was left was for them to express it with words. Yan Yi smiled bitterly when he noticed their expressions. He knew that they'd misunderstood him. However, he couldn't be bothered to explain because if he did explain now, they would think that he was just trying to cover it up. While the impression they had of him had dropped greatly, they still took Yan Yi along. Yan Yi knew that they were giving face to the ancient sword school, but he didn't care. In any case, he was just getting a free ride. Once he got on a Pegasus horse, Yan Yi didn't travel with Yu Gang and the others, and he went to the back of the ground and kept a distance of almost 20 m from them. Besides his inability to fly right now, there was another reason why he was traveling with them. It was because he didn't know the way. While he knew Matchless City was in that direction, he didn't know its exact location. So, he would have to waste a huge amount of time if he traveled on his own. Now, he had them to lead the way, so he naturally welcomed it. Yang Yi glanced at Yu Gang and the others. The strongest amongst them was clearly Yu Gang, as he was at the peak of the monarch realm. However, his gaze descended onto an old man in a luxurious robe who drove the carriage. The old man was only at the spirit realm and seemed extremely ordinary, but Yang Yi's gaze had stopped on the old man for a long time. Suddenly, the old man seemed to have noticed Yang Yi's gaze and turned around to look at him. Their gazes collided for an instant, and then the old man nodded slightly to Yang Yi before looking ahead once more. Yang Yi glanced at the carriage before a slight smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. How interesting. In the end, Yang Yi shot his gaze towards the members of the Ocean of Clouds Academy. Had gained a little information about them through their previous conversation. All of them were from the B class in the academy. His opinion of the academy's disciples' strengths had changed when he saw them. Because while they were all only at the low rank of the monarch realm, they were the strongest besides the old man and Yu Gang. One of the men from the academy spoke abruptly. I heard that senior brother Xiao died at Yang Yi's hands. I wonder if it's true. Yang Yi was slightly stunned and couldn't help but listen in. Su Liang, are you looking for a beating? The woman in a red dress suddenly glared angrily at the man while her eyes were filled with rage. Su Liang smiled with embarrassment and didn't dare reply. However, the man by his side said, Qian Jiao, we know that you like senior brother Xiao, but he's dead. We know that you want to avenge him as well, but the academy has ordered that no one besides the disciples of the ancient sword school and Dao order are allowed to interfere in the conflict between Yang Yi and the Dao order. So what? I'll just withdraw from the academy if I have to. She spoke coldly before glancing at the man and Su Liang. Su Liang, Suwen, I know that both of you fallen for me. Don't say that I've never given both of you a chance. I'll go with whichever one of you is able to kill Yang Yi. I'll definitely keep this promise. Suwen spoke solemnly. The ancient sword school has announced to the world that it's a matter between them and the Dao order. If anyone is to bully Yang Yi with a higher realm of cultivation, then that would be equivalent to going against the ancient sword school. Su Liang remained silent. Are both of you me? Do you have any balls? Qian Jian had a wisp of ridicule on the corners of her mouth. Both of their faces became unsightly. Qian Jiao, don't do that to them. Meanwhile, the other woman by Qian Jian's side spoke abruptly. That fellow, Yang Yi, dared to destroy the Dao Order's Hell's Coffin, so he's either too confident, or it was planned by the ancient sword school. So, if an outsider were to interfere, it would definitely be no different than going against the ancient sword school. Not to mention Su Wen and Su Liang, even those geniuses in the A class wouldn't dare to act against him without permission. The woman who spoke these words was around the age of 20, and she was quite pretty. However, she was much more inferior when compared to Qian Jian. She couldn't only be said to be not ugly but couldn't be called beautiful. Su Wen and Su Liang nodded in her direction when they heard this, and there was a trace of gratitude in their eyes. Qian Jian glanced coldly at the two men and said, I'd better not encounter Yang Yi or I'll definitely cripple him. Let me see if the ancient sword school would dare to kill me after I've crippled him. Yang Yi glanced at Qian Jiao, and had just withdrawn his gaze when she suddenly looked at him. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a woman? Right, someone like you who's so ugly and weak would have probably never touched a woman in his life. When she spoke up to this point, she actually undid her dress a little to expose a little bit of the snow-white skin beneath it, and she said, Isn't it a sight to behold? Are you very excited? Are you full of the desire to take me? Yang Yi was quite stunned by this. As for the other members of the cavalry, they seemed to be accustomed to it, and acted like they saw nothing. Qian Jiao tidied up her clothes and spoke with ridicule. Honestly, I'd rather do it with a dog than allow a member of your ancient sword school to touch me. Yang Yi shook his head. I heard that there were some widows in the world, but I've never had the chance to meet such a person. Today, I've finally met one. When he spoke up to this point, he gazed at Su Wen and Su Liang. I don't understand this. Both of you aren't blind, so why would you like her? Yu Gang and the others were on the verge of laughing, but they seemed to be worried about something and forcefully endured it. We don't. Suwon spoke involuntarily in a moment of anxiety. No? Yang Yi nodded and said. So she's just a narcissist. Right. If such a woman really became yours, then one can only wonder how many green hats shall make you wear. Moreover, it might even not be because of a human. After all of you heard that she would rather do it with a dog. TSK. Such tastes. Pfft. One of the members of the cavalry wasn't able to hold back his laughter, but Yu Gang glared fiercely at him. However, he truly couldn't hold it back, so he said, Commander Yu, I'm going to relieve myself for a moment. I'm going to relieve myself as well. Me too. In next to no time, over a dozen of them who were comparatively younger had gone to relieve themselves. It didn't take long for roaring laughter to resound from afar. Qian Jiao's horse walked slowly towards Yang Yi. Yu Gang, Suwon, and the others frowned when they saw her go over to Yang Yi. Qian Jiao spoke when she was 3 m away from Yang Yi. Do you want to die? Or perhaps you think I'm afraid of your ancient sword school? Trust me, the ancient sword school wouldn't dare to say a single word if I kill you. Yang Yi replied. If you're that great, then why don't you just go up to the heavens? You're courting death. She roared furiously and intended to attack. However, Su Gang appeared in front of Yang Yi. He glanced at Qian Jiao and said, Young Miss Qian, we only brought you along out of consideration for your grandfather. I hope you don't make trouble for us. When he spoke up to this point, he turned around to gaze at Yang Yi. It's the same for you. I don't want any trouble during our journey. Yang Yi nodded and said, I don't want any trouble as well. It'll make you kneel before me once we get to Matchless City. Qian Jiao glanced coldly at Yang Yi before she turned around and rode her horse away. Yu Gang suddenly said, Her grandfather is the Vice Dean of the Ocean of Clouds Academy. Yang Yi asked. A saint? A high-rank half-saint. However, he's only half a step away from the saint realm. Yu Gang left after he finished speaking. Yang Yi was about to speak. Suddenly, he glanced at the surroundings before his brows knit together. He gazed at the old man who was driving the carriage, and he noticed that the old man was frowning as well. Suddenly, Yang Yi's expression changed drastically, and his figure flashed and appeared around 1 kilometer away. Yang Yi had just left when a huge palm that was over 1 kilometer long had torn through space and appeared above the group. The huge palm had just appeared in the air when the terrifying pressure it carried instantly caused the Pegasus horses they rode to lie prostrate on the ground. At the same time, the forest in an area of over 600 m around them had been instantly obliterated. A high-rank half-saint. The expressions of everyone here changed drastically. Suddenly, the old man who drove the carriage leaped up and smashed his fist towards the palm. Bang! The huge palm trembled slightly before the formidable force from the collision caused the space around it to ripple violently. It's the Sky Divine Hall! Protect the third young miss! As soon as he finished speaking, the old man's figure vanished on the spot, and it didn't take long for rumbling explosions to resound from the sky. Suddenly, over 100 black-clothed figures appeared around the group, and all of them were high-rank Monarch Realm experts. Kill everyone besides Yu Wishwang! A voice resounded, and then the black-clothed figures charged at Yu Gang and the others. Yang Yi glanced at them, and then he pondered deeply for an instant before flickering off and vanishing from their fields of vision. Don't leave a single one of them alive! A voice resounded abruptly, and then 2 of the black-robed men chased after Yang Yi. Around 20 breaths of time later, a man who wore a red robe and a black cloak appeared here. Sky Divine Hall! Who do you think you are to cause trouble in the territory of my Tao order? As soon as the red-robed man finished speaking, the head of one of those black-robed men flew into the air. Chapter 855. The red-robed man was Yang Yi, of course. Actually, he had no intention of interfering with the conflict with Sky Divine Hall and Matchless City, and that was why he had chosen to leave. Unfortunately, the Sky Divine Hall actually wanted to leave no one alive. Of course, the most important reason was that he didn't like Sky Divine Hall. Not to mention that they'd imprisoned in Nanjing, they actually wanted to get her married to their junior sect master. So, since the moment he found out that the junior sect master of Sky Divine Hall wanted to marry in Nanjing by force, it was impossible for there to be any reconciliation between him and Sky Divine Hall. So, had come back after he killed those two fellows from the Sky Divine Hall. Shadow strike! As soon as Yang Yi spoke, a ray of red light flashed, and then the heads of two Monarch Realm experts flew into the air. Yang Yi was about to attack when a black-robed man suddenly appeared before Yang Yi. My Sky Divine Hall and your Tao Order have always stayed out of each other's business. Why are you interfering in the business between my Sky Divine Hall and Matchless City? I can't stand the sight of Sky Divine Hall! Yang Yi roared furiously as he stomped the ground with his right foot, and his figure shot forward explosively while the dagger in his grasp emanated a cold glow as it swept towards the black-robed man's throat. With the ability of Yu Dao Order? The black-robed man grunted coldly as he tapped his finger forward, and it just happened to tap against Yang Yi's dagger. The dagger shook violently before shattering into pieces, and Yang Yi's expression changed slightly beneath his cloak. Meanwhile, the black-robed man had arrived in front of him. At the same time, two of the black-robed man's fingers had arrived not too far away from Yang Yi, and it was about to tap against Yang Yi's throat. Yang Yi's reaction wasn't slow in the slightest. He tapped the tip of his foot against the ground, and then he glided backwards. However, his figure shot forward like an arrow a moment later. Die! As Yang Yi's voice resounded, his foot whistled sharply through the air and it kicked at the black-robed man. You're not even qualified to do that! As soon as the black-robed man finished speaking, he tapped his finger forward again. A powerful gust of wind suddenly appeared around him, and the space in the path of the black-robed man's finger warped before it. It was an extremely shocking sight. Bang! The leg and finger collided, and an explosion resounded. The formidable force of the collision caused space to instantly split apart at the point of collision. Moreover, they each took around 10 steps backwards. You're from the Hidden Path or a Tao Order steward? The black-robed man in a low voice that carried a trace of seriousness. The Hidden Path? A Tao Order steward? Yang Yi's brows knit together beneath his cloak, and then he said, Would someone from the Hidden Path or a Tao Order steward even be needed to deal with your Sky Divine Hall? Just someone from my mortal path is sufficient. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi's figure shot forward explosively once more. Yang Yi and the black-robed man fought for a while, and his expression had gradually become solemn. Because he noticed that the black-robed man's combat instinct was very formidable, and his finger techniques were extremely powerful as the black-robed man was actually able to stop his physical strength by force. Even if had only utilized around 70% of his strength. But that was still comparable to the strength of a Monarch Realm demon beast. As he fought the black-robed man, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and he noticed that the situation was quite bad. While Yu Gang and the others were elites amongst elites, they were still quite weak when compared to the black-robed men. Coupled with the fact that the black-robed men had the advantage in numbers, so the forces from Matchless City were being suppressed in the battle. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment, and then he stopped staying locked in combat with the black-robed man. He swiftly smashed his fist against the black-robed man's finger, and the powerful force it carried caused the black-robed man's finger to be bent. Moreover, the black-robed man was blasted over 300 m back. As soon as he blasted the black-robed man back, Yang Yi didn't stay there for a moment longer. His figure flashed into the group from Sky Divine Hall and gave each a punch. Everyone here was stunned. Because anyone who came into contact with Yang Yi's fist was killed on the spot, had their limbs broken, or suffered heavy injuries. He was truly crushing them. The situation instantly turned around once Yang Yi joined the battle. However, that black-robed man who fought Yang Yi just now had swiftly obstructed his path. But this time, the black-robed man was blasted flying over 1 kilometer away instead. In less than 20 breaths of time, Yang Yi had killed almost 30 members of Sky Divine Hall, and the forces of Matchless City gained the upper hand under Yang Yi's lead. Retreat! Suddenly, a voice resounded from the sky. Those black-robed figures didn't hesitate to flicker off and vanish when they heard this. Only the black-robed man who fought Yang Yi had stayed behind. The black-robed man stared at Yang Yi as he asked, "Who exactly are you?" Yang Yi replied, "Just a tiny disciple of the Tao Order." "Good. Very good. The Tao Order." The black-robed man spoke in a low voice, and then his figure vanished from their fields of vision. "Tao Order! My Sky Divine Hall will remember this!" A voice resounded from high above in the sky. "The Sky Divine Hall is nothing! Allow me to represent the Tao Order and say this: the North belongs to my Tao Order. So long as anyone from Sky Divine Hall dares to come here in the future, then I'll kill every single one of them." Yang Yi raised his head and looked up into the sky, and his voice was filled with disdain. "Because of what you just said, all the disciples of the Tao Order within the South won't ever be able to return." The voice resounded once more from the sky. However, it was slightly soft. Obviously, its owner had left. Yang Yi was delighted when he heard this. That's really for the best. It's best if the Tao Order and Sky Divine Hall fight to the death. Brother, thank you. Meanwhile, Yugon suddenly walked over to Yang Yi and cupped his fists to Yang Yi. The other surviving members of the cavalry, which only amounted to over a dozen, now cupped their fists to Yang Yi as well, and they had rather respectful expressions on their faces. Suddenly, Qian Jiao walked over to Yang Yi and asked, "You're a disciple of the Tao Order?" Yang Yi paid no attention to Qian Jiao, and he gazed at the old man who had suddenly returned to the carriage. The old man seemed to have noticed Yang Yi's gaze, and he looked at Yang Yi as well before nodding slightly. "Thank you, young brother." Yang Yi nodded, and then he said, "I'm heading to Matchless City as well. Are all of you going in the same direction?" "That's naturally for the best." Yu Gang hurriedly said, "May I know your name?" Yang Yi spoke casually. Yang. Brother Yang, thank you for the assistance earlier." Yu Gang cupped his fist towards Yang Yi again, and then he said, "If it wasn't for Brother Yang, then the consequences would have been unimaginable." Humph. Suddenly, Qian Jiao grunted coldly and said, "Did all of you notice that trash from the ancient sword school immediately fleeing when those black-robed men arrived? What an embarrassment." When she spoke up to this point, she suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and revealed a charming smile. This disciple of the Tao Order was much more courageous, just like Brother Xiao. No, Brother Yang is much more courageous than Brother Xiao. Brother Yang. Yang Yi felt disgusted, and he had the slight impulse to chop off her head. Yu Gang shook his head and said, "I thought he was joking when he said that he would run upon encountering danger. But I never expected that. Alas, I've never seen someone so afraid of death amongst the disciples of the ancient sword school that I've met in the past." Yang Yi shook his head and didn't provide any explanation. The reason had lent a hand and killed those black-robed men was mainly because Sky Divine Hall and Tao Order were both his enemies. It wasn't for all of them at all. As for what they think, it wasn't important to him at all. "Thank you for the assistance just now." Suddenly, a clear and melodious voice resounded from behind Yang Yi. Yang Yi looked over to the source of the voice, and he saw a young girl standing behind him. She was very young, and just around 10 years old. There was even a tiny ponytail hanging behind her head. While she was young, there was a trace of maturity on her face, and it surprised Yang Yi a little. "Third young miss." Yu Gang hurriedly moved over to greet her. What are you doing out here?" The young girl waved her hand, and then she glanced at the corpses of the cavalry that had died in battle. After that, she bowed to those corpses and said, "All of you died for me, Yu Wishuang. I'll remember this. Don't worry, I'll take good care of your families. Uncle Gang, remember to reward all these fallen soldiers with 10,000 extreme-grade energy stones and allow their families to enjoy the best protection and benefits in the city. As for the soldiers that are still alive, reward them with a year of their salary." "Thank you, third young miss." Yu Gang and the surviving members of the cavalry were instantly overwhelmed with gratitude, and they bowed to her. "It's I who should thank all of you." There was a trace of sorrow in her eyes. "All along the way, I would have died countless times if it wasn't for all of your sacrifice. Everyone from Matchless City has the responsibility to protect third young miss. Yu Gang roared furiously. Everyone from Matchless City has the responsibility to protect third young miss. The others roared furiously as well. She's really quite extraordinary. Yang Yi sized her up. Her methods were very extraordinary, but the even more extraordinary thing was that she was actually a Monarch Realm expert. A Monarch Realm expert at the age of 10. Yu Wusheng nodded, and then she gazed at Qian Jiao's group. I presume all of you've realized that the enemy of my Matchless City is Sky Divine Hall. I won't hold it against all of you if you leave right now, and I won't allow any word of this to be spread as well. Their expressions changed slightly. They did desire to leave because once they found out that Matchless City's enemy was Sky Divine Hall, they really didn't want to interfere in the matter. But if they left now and word of it were to spread, then the Ocean of Clouds Academy would expel them. After all, it wasn't just the Ancient Sword School and the Tao Order that cared about their honor. The Ocean of Clouds Academy was the same. As for what the young girl said about not allowing any word of it to spread, they didn't dare believe it. Su Wen laughed bitterly and said, We can only blame ourselves for being too greedy and accepting this assignment. Yu Wusheng said, Don't worry, since Sky Divine Hall failed, then if I'm not wrong, it will definitely not attack again in a short period. So, perhaps our journey will be peaceful from now on. Su Wen replied. Then well hope third young miss is correct. Yu Wusheng turned around to gaze at Yang Yi. Can we have a chat within the carriage? Yang Yi was quite unaccustomed to facing a young girl who acted so maturely. He hesitated for a moment before he nodded because he was really curious about what she intended to talk to him about. In the carriage, the young girl sat cross-legged before a table made of jade, and then she said to Yang Yi, Should I call you Yang Yi Yang, or perhaps Yang Yi? Chapter 856. Yang Yi gazed at Yu Wusheng for a long time before he said, When did you see through me? Yu Wusheng waved her hand lightly, and a teacup floated over to Yang Yi and said, Please have some tea. Yang Yi took the teacup and sat in front of her, and then he took a small sip before he said, I'm a boorish man, and I'm unable to enjoy it. Brother Yang really is a straightforward person. Yu Wusheng smiled. As expected of the man who dared to destroy the Tao Order's Hell's Coffin. Yang Yi asked, Why did you invite me in here? Yu Wusheng was too mature, and he didn't really like it. Because it felt like it was mostly all an act. She said, Brother Yang should have just come from Martial Enlightenment City. As for your objective, it should be Matchless City, and then utilize the teleportation formation there to return to the Ancient Sword School. Am I right? Yang Yi answered. Yes. Yu Wusheng said. Matchless City is my home, and that teleportation formation belongs to me clan as well. Yang Yi gazed at her and spoke in a very calm voice. What are you trying to say? I can escort you back to the Ancient Sword School. Yu Wusheng looked him in the eyes and spoke, and there was no smile on her quite immature face. Yang Yi replied, You wouldn't even be able to protect yourself without that old geezer sitting outside there. She grinned and said, Brother Yang, you seem to look down on women a little? I don't. Yang Yi said. I know 2 women who are very strong, and they are stronger than many men whom I've met. So I've never looked down on women, and I've never looked down on you. I am just stating a fact. Yu Wusheng's eyes lit up, and she said, I presume that women who even Brother Yang praises are definitely very extraordinary, right? Yang Yi waved his hands and said, I don't like talking with you, so just get to the point. She said, Brother Yang, is it because you think that I'm young? Yang Yi didn't speak. He just stood up and walked towards the door. I heard that Brother Yang has 2 lovers, and they are even beautiful sisters. I presume that Brother Yang definitely doesn't want any mishaps to occur to them, right? Yu Wusheng didn't finish speaking because something flashed before her eyes, and then Yang Yi was in front of her. After that, she instantly felt something press down upon her neck, and she felt almost suffocated. Suddenly, the old man who drove the carriage appeared within it. Let her go! The old man clenched both his fists slowly while killing intent flashed in his eyes. Yang Yi paid no attention to the old man, he just tightened his grip on her neck and said, I merely wanted to get a ride to the city, and I had no ill intent to matchless city. Not only did I have no ill intent, but I even lent you a hand. However, not only did you not express any substantial gratitude, you even intended to use me. Moreover, you even threatened me for that purpose. Little girl, do you think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Do you want to give it a try? You just have to blink twice, and you'll find out if I dare to kill you. Yang Yi, if you dare to touch her. The old man intended to say something, but Yang Yi interrupted him and said, I'll break her neck right now if you speak another word. Do you want to try me? The old man's face fell, and his lips moved a little, but he didn't speak in the end. Yu Wuxuang opened her lips that had turned slightly purple, but Yang Yi showed no signs of intending to loosen his grip. Meanwhile, the old man clenched his fists tightly but didn't dare to attack. Yang Yi gazed at her for a short while before he suddenly released her. Yu Wuxuang fell straight to the ground and started gasping for air. The old man was about to attack when Yu Wuxuang waved her hand. Uncle Li, you can leave. The old man glanced at Yang Yi, and then he glanced at Yu Wuxuang. In the end, he nodded and left. Looks like I made a mistake when evaluating your disposition. Yu Wuxuang continued. And I underestimated your boldness as well. You were clearly aware that a high-rank half-saint was right outside, yet you still acted against me. Needless to say, you really are bold. Yang Yi walked over to her and chuckled. You were clearly afraid earlier, yet still insisted on acting like you weren't afraid at all. Your life is really quite tiring. Yang Yi walked out of the carriage once he finished speaking. Yang Yi didn't notice that Yu Wuxuang's figure had stiffened when he finished speaking, and it was like she was frozen on the spot. As soon as he left the carriage, the old man was standing in his way. Yang Yi said, Just drop the act. Not to mention you, the ancient sword sect wouldn't even allow the master of Sky Divine Hall to kill me right now. So, just save your strength and breath. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi's figure flashed around the old man and descended onto his horse. Yang Yi had just sat on the horse when Qian Jiao rode her horse over to his side. Yang Yi truly didn't want to waste his breath on her, so he said, Shut up or I won't be able to stop myself from slapping you. However, Qian Jiao wasn't furious at all, and she started smiling instead. As expected, all the men from the Dao Order are overbearing. I like overbearing men, just like senior brother Xiao. Yang Yi slowly clenched his right fist. Right when he was about to smash his fist against her face, Yu Wuxuang had suddenly ridden a horse over to his side and smiled. Brother Yang, you should give it some consideration. Young Miss Qian's grandfather isn't just a quasi-saint, her grandmother is even one of the 7 saints of the Ocean of Clouds Academy. A true Saint Realm expert. Moreover, both her grandfather and grandmother are very protective. If anyone were to bully her, then her grandfather and grandmother would definitely stop at nothing to take revenge. Qian Jiao smiled proudly. Of course. Would anyone even dare to bully me within Pine Prefecture? Right, as for that Yang Yi. Humph. He actually dared to kill my senior brother Xiao. He better not let me see him, otherwise they'll definitely cripple him, and make him live the life of a eunuch. Qian Jiao, who bullied you? Suddenly, roaring laughter resounded from afar, and then a man who wore a white robe strode over from the sky in the distance. In the beginning, the man was over 3 kilometers away, but it only took a moment for him to arrive before Yang Yi and the others. Senior brother Su Wuxing. The others from the academy were shocked when they saw the white-robed man. As for Qian Jiao, she charged over immediately and embraced Su Wuxing, and then she kissed him on the lips before everyone. The members of the academy were quite embarrassed, but they didn't dare say anything about it. Su Wuxing. There was a trace of surprise in Yu Wuxuang's eyes when she saw the white-robed man, and then she glanced at Yang Yi. Su Wuxing is an extraordinary genius in the younger generation of the academy, and he can be ranked in at least the top 10 of its younger generation. Miss Yu, you're too kind. Meanwhile, Su Wuxing had suddenly walked over to Yu Wushuang while holding Qian Jiao's hand, and she said, "It's just some undeserved reputation. I'm much more inferior when compared to the ancient sword school's Lu Weiner, the Tao Order's protector of order, the endless devil sect's void lord, and the junior sect master of Sky Divine Hall." Yu Wushuang smiled slightly and said, "Young Master Su, you're too humble. Young Master Su came here to take Miss Qian and the others, right?" Su Wuxing nodded and said, "Besides that, there is one other thing, and it's to seek help from young Miss Yu." "Oh?" Yu Wushuang was slightly surprised. "May I know what it is?" Su Wuxing said, "The Yu clan's network of information is peerless in the world, and I hope to gain young Miss Yu's help in finding someone." "Who?" "Yan Yi." Yan Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed at Su Wuxing. Meanwhile, Yu Wushuang was slightly stunned and said, "May I know why you're looking for him?" "To teach him a lesson, of course." Su Wuxing spoke flatly. "He killed disciples of my Ocean of Cloud Academy and looked down on my academy. As a disciple of the Ocean of Clouds Academy, how could I tolerate something like that?" Yu Wushuang replied, "But young Master Su seems to be at the Monarch realm?" "Don't worry," Su Wuxing said. "I won't bully him, and I'll fight him with a single hand." "A single hand?" Yan Yi glanced at Su Wuxing, and then he shook his head. Su Wuxing's strength was probably slightly stronger than Man Ba. However, if they really did fight, then he would probably lose to Man Ba because Man Ba was ruthless. A single hand. Yu Wushuang's face stiffened slightly, and then she glanced at Yan Yi and said, Young Master Su, it looks like you very confident." She didn't know what Yan Yi's true strength was like, but based on how Yan Yi fought earlier, she could only describe it as unfathomable. Perhaps Yan Yi's accomplishments in the battle within Martial Enlightenment City hadn't spread, or perhaps either the ancient sword school or Tao Order had stopped it from spreading. But she was aware of it. What a joke! She was very clearly aware of the strength that those white-robed disciples of the Tao Order possessed, and it could be said that any one of them would be sufficient to defeat all these elite guards she had with them. But even such figures weren't able to resist a single swing of Yan Yi's sword. Yet now, this fellow before her intended to fight Yan Yi with a single hand. Actually, even using one hand is too much for him. There was a wisp of ridicule on the corners of Su Wuxing's mouth as he said, "He only knows how to bully those weak disciples of the Tao Order, and he hasn't encountered me. If he did, then annihilating him would only take an instant. I know that young Miss Yu might think that I'm being conceited, but all I want to say is that it's really not difficult for me to kill him." When he spoke up to this point, a strand of terrifying pressure erupted from within him, and the expressions of Yu Wushuang and the others changed drastically. Battle intent! Tuned level heaven rank battle intent! There was a trace of interest in Yan Yi's eyes because he hadn't expected Su Wuxing to possess tuned level heaven rank battle intent. He really had failed to discern it this time. Tuned level heaven rank battle intent. Xian Jiao was stunned for a moment, and then she embraced him with excitement before whispering in his ears, "I'll take very good care of you tonight." Su Wuxing glanced at Yu Wushuang and the others, and he had slight embarrassment on his face. But it didn't take long for his expression to return to normal. Young Master Su is qualified to be arrogant. Meanwhile, Yu Wushuang spoke abruptly. Su Wuxing chuckled and said, "I heard that Yan Yi has 2 lovers? Please help me locate their whereabouts as well. It's best if you can find them before you find Yan Yi. I want Yan Yi to watch as his women are humiliated before his eyes. I want the world to know that those who dare to offend my Ocean of Clouds Academy will suffer a fate that's 10 times worse than what they would suffer from offending the Tao Order." Yu Wushuang's expression changed, and she looked at Yan Yi. However, Yan Yi had vanished from his horse. Chapter 857. In the beginning, Yan Yi wasn't interested in Xian Jiao and Su Wuxing at all, and had never thought about offending them, let alone the Ocean of Clouds Academy. After all, he wasn't a man. However, he hadn't expected that Su Wuxing would actually intend to target Fan Meng, and it was absolutely not something he could tolerate. Yang Yi was extremely swift, and coupled with the fact that head struck abruptly, Su Wuxing wasn't even able to react before Yang Yi's fist arrived before him. Su Wuxing was shocked, but his reaction wasn't slow. He spun the tip of his foot against the ground, and his entire figure curved in a strange way to avoid Yang Yi's fist. Moreover, his right leg even kicked at Yang Yi's face. However, his right leg had only just been raised when Yang Yi's foot stomped it down, and then a fist smashed against his chest. A muffled groan resounded from Su Wuxing as a mouthful of blood sprayed from his mouth, and his figure was blasted flying. Yang Yi didn't just stop after this. His figure flashed while Su Wuxing's figure was flying backwards, and he instantly arrived in front of Su Wuxing. After that, he swiftly stomped his right foot towards Su Wuxing's stomach. Another mouthful of blood sprayed from Su Wuxing's mouth, and his figure curved like a bow as it flew over 1 kilometer away. Stop him! Meanwhile, Su Wen and the others recovered from their shock, and their expressions changed when they noticed that Yang Yi showed no signs of stopping. They intended to lend Su Wuxing a hand because he was a disciple of the academy at any rate, so they absolutely couldn't just stand by idly. However, Qian Jiao stood in their path. What do you mean stop? Let them fight! As she spoke, Qian Jiao gazed at Yang Yi while a glow of excitement filled her eyes. Su Wen and the others were at a loss for words. As for Su Gang and the others, they gazed at Yu Wushuang instead. Yu Wushuang pondered deeply for a moment before she shook her head. At this moment, Yang Yi was clearly in an angry state, and she didn't want to bring such misfortune upon herself. He seems harmless when he's calm, but once he gets mad, he's a complete and utter madman. This time, Su Wuxing didn't give Yang Yi another chance to strike another punch against him, and he immediately stood up once he fell to the ground. At this moment, his clothes had split apart, and there was a pitch-black leather armor beneath his clothes. However, even the leather armor had split apart. You aren't even a match for me, yet you intend to look for Yang Yi. Does your Ocean of Clouds Academy know how weak you are? As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi took a step forward, and just this step allowed Yang Yi to instantly arrive before Su Wuxing. Meanwhile, a strand of terrifying battle intent erupted from Su Wuxing. The battle intent pressed down onto Yang Yi like a mountain, but Yang Yi smashed it apart with a single swing of his fist. After that, Su Wuxing felt a hand clamp down on his throat. Su Wuxing was horrified, and terror filled his eyes. Tuned level heaven rank battle intent? Yang Yi laughed with ridicule. Your battle intent is superficial, and it can't even be considered to be at the 1st level of the heaven rank. How laughable! Yang! Suddenly, Qian Jiao spoke. You've won, so let him go! Yang Yi asked. Would I gain anything from doing that? Qian Jiao was slightly stunned and said, He's a member of the Ocean of Clouds Academy, you... Su Wuxing suddenly let out a shrill cry. The expressions of the others changed drastically because one of Su Wuxing's arms had flown off into the air. As for Qian Jiao, she was stunned for a moment before growing even more excited, and she seemed as if she wanted to eat Yang Yi as she gazed at him. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. 100,000 extreme-grade energy stones! Do you know who I am? In the Ocean of Clouds Academy. Su Wuxing gazed resentfully at Yang Yi. However, he hadn't even finished speaking when Yang Yi suddenly pressed his palm down upon Su Wuxing's other shoulder, and he said, Do you have them, or do you not? As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he shook his head and said, I know people like you quite well. So, I've decided to use force before trying to talk about it. H! A shrill and miserable cry resounded. The expressions of Yu Wushuang and the others changed again when they witnessed this scene, and their gazes had even more fear within them as they gazed at Yang Yi. Qian Jiao, save me, save me! Su Wuxing gazed at Qian Jiao with a pleading gaze. Qian Jiao glanced at Su Wuxing, and there was a trace of pity and ridicule in her eyes. After that, she waved her right hand, and a spatial ring appeared before Yang Yi. There are 100,000 extreme-grade energy stones in there, so let him go. Yang Yi took the spatial ring and released Su Wuxing, and the latter immediately slumped weakly to the ground. Yan Yi waved his hand and the spatial ring on Su Wuxing's severed arm flew into his grasp as well, and he noticed that there were only a few thousand extreme-grade energy stones within it. Su Wuxing suddenly asked, Why? He knew that had encountered an expert, and it was even an extraordinary expert. However, he didn't understand why such an extraordinary expert would attack him. I can't stand the sight of you. Yan Yi spoke casually. Su Wuxing's expression became extremely unsightly. He stared fixedly at Yan Yi and said, Good. Very good indeed. The disciples of the Tao Order are truly overbearing beyond comparison. You'll remember this. You won't have another chance. A ray of cold light flashed, and then Su Wuxing's head flew into the air. At this moment, everyone here was petrified, including Yu Wuxuang's group. You didn't keep your word. Qian Jiao gazed at Yan Yi with a slightly unsightly expression on her face. Yan Yi said, I released him, but he just had to threaten me. I'm a person who likes to crush all potential danger before they can amount to anything. Qian Jiao spoke in a low voice. You won't live long with such a character. Yang Yi smiled. So, I work hard to make myself stronger. He knew that he was too inflexible, and he knew that it made him bring calamity down upon himself with ease and make numerous enemies everywhere. However, he didn't want to change it. Should he make himself suffer injustice to please others? No, he liked to make others feel aggrieved while he was pleased. For example, he knew that killing Su Wuxing might offend the Ocean of Clouds Academy, but he would feel very annoyed if he didn't kill Su Wuxing. Because when it came to some people, making the slightest compromise would make that person think you could be bullied. So all you would get in return was even more aggravated revenge. Of course, Yang Yi knew that only formidable strength would allow him to act as he pleased. So, just as Head said, Head constantly worked hard on becoming stronger. The hands of the strong controlled their own destiny, the mouths of the strong had the right to speak, and the fists of the strong were the law. If he was strong, then no one would dare to disagree even if he said a rock was a piece of gold. Qian Jiao suddenly said, Be my man! I'm not interested in the slightest in things that have been used by many. Yang Yi glanced coldly at her before turning around and leaping up onto his horse. Qian Jiao's expression was slightly unsightly. What are you trying to say? Yang Yi paid no attention to her and gazed at Yu Wuxuang instead. Young Miss Yu, I think we can set out now. Yu Wuxuang glanced at Qian Jiao, who had an unsightly expression on her face, and then nodded. Brother Yang, please come meet me within the carriage. Don't worry, it's because I've received some information, and you should be interested in that information. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before he nodded. Yang! What are you trying to say? Meanwhile, Qian Jiao obstructed Yang Yi's path and said, So only you men can play with women, but we women can't play with me? You! Yang Yi suddenly appeared in front of Qian Jiao, and then a hand clamped down on Qian Jiao's throat. Firstly, you're free to kill anyone you want to play with. I'm not interested in paying any attention to that. However, can you not make noise in front of me? I really want to punch your head into pieces, but I didn't in the end because I truly don't want to kill the young and be chased by a few of the older generation later. I'm really too busy right now, and I really don't have time to play with that grandfather and grandmother of yours. However, I'm truly afraid that I wouldn't be able to stop myself if you continue making noise like this. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi relaxed his grip slightly, and Qian Jiao instantly slumped down to the ground. You actually dared to treat me like that? Qian Jiao had a savage expression on her face, but Yang Yi paid no attention to her and just entered the carriage. Yu Wuxuang said, Aren't you afraid she would take revenge for humiliating her like that? While she isn't strong, she had many men in the academy. After all, both her grandfather and grandmother have high posts in the academy, so forming a relationship with her is very beneficial in the academy. Moreover, she really is quite beautiful. Yang Yi said, Let's just get down to business. Yu Wuxuang grinned and said, All right, well do that. There are two things I have to tell you. The one sees that Sky Divine Palace suddenly acted against the Tao Order in the south, and almost 1,000 disciples of the Tao Order were annihilated. Not a single one of them was left alive. For the sake of taking revenge, the Tao Order annihilated many members of Sky Divine Hall in the north as well. Congratulations, your plan succeeded. Now, Sky Divine Hall and the Tao Order are enemies. Yang Yi suddenly asked. Why is Sky Divine Hall trying to kill you? He knew that the reason Sky Divine Hall was taking revenge on the Tao Order was because Heads spoiled their plans. In other words, she was very important to Sky Divine Hall, and that was why Sky Divine Hall was taking revenge. Yu Wushuang's face turned slightly grim. Because I have a unique physique, so the junior sect master of Sky Divine Hall wants to capture me and make me his cultivation furnace. A cultivation furnace? Yan Ye's expression changed slightly. Could the junior sect master of Sky Divine Hall be planning to do the same when he decided to marry in Nanjing and Mu Han's Han? Yan Yi couldn't help but reveal ghastly killing intent when he thought up to this point. Yu Wushuang shook her head and said, Let's not talk about this anymore. There's one more thing, and it's related to you as well. Don't act impulsively once I tell you about it. Yang Yi frowned. What is it? Yu Wushuang fell silent for a long time before she said, Those 2 women of yours are probably in danger. Because according to the information I obtained, there are experts of the Tao Order who intend to act against those 2 women of yours. As for the reason, you should know why. Suddenly, Yu Wushuang's brows knit together slightly, and she seemed to be listening to something. A short while passed before she looked up at Yang Yi and said, 10 breaths of time ago, those 2 women of yours fell into the grasps of the god of death, Kong Lian. Yang Yi slowly closed his eyes and said, Looks like I wasn't ruthless enough. Where are they? She replied, Martial Enlightenment City. I owe you a favor. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and left. Yu Wushuang quickly asked, Are you not returning to the ancient sword school anymore? Am not. I'll be heading to the Tao Order once I'm done. His voice resounded, but his figure was over 1 kilometer away. Chapter 858. Martial Enlightenment City. Outside the city gates. The corpses of the disciples of the Tao Order were still hanging on the city walls, and those words Yang Yi left behind were still there as well. However, there was another string of corpses hanging by the side of those corpses, and all of them belonged to the ancient sword school. Moreover, there were over 60 of them hanging there. Besides that, 4 disciples of the ancient sword school were kneeling down below those corpses. They were Lin Xiao and the others, but Wu Yanzhong wasn't there. They were still alive, but their dantians were broken, and their kneecaps had been shattered. So, it was worse than death for the 4 of them. A young man sat cross-legged at the entrance to the city. He wore linen clothes and had a string of fist-sized bones hanging on his neck. His eyes were slightly narrowed while he held a strange seal before his chest, and he seemed like head fallen asleep. At the left of the city gates was a woman, Kong Lian. Besides that, Fan Meng and Fan Li were by her sides. At this moment, both of them had blank expressions in their eyes, and it was like they were dazed. It was truly quite a strange sight. There was also a huge crowd all around the city gates. They were from Martial Enlightenment City, but most of them were from other cities. The Tao Order has come to take revenge. Someone spoke softly from amongst the spectators. That young man's strength is truly terrifying. Lin Xiao is said to be one of the 3 swordsmen of the ancient sword school, but he wasn't even able to resist a single move from that young man. Such strength. Do all of you think he's the number 1 genius in the Tao Order, the protector of order? That's impossible. The protector of order stepped foot into the half-saint realm a year ago, but this young man is only a high-rank exalt realm cultivator. How could he possibly be the same person? Moreover, unless Yang Yi attains the half-saint realm, otherwise, the protector of order's pride would absolutely not allow him to step forward and deal with Yang Yi. If he did, he would target Lu Weiner instead. But this young man's strength is truly terrifying. I'm sure all of you've witnessed the strength possessed by Lin Xiao and the others. While they are only at the Exalt realm, even ordinary Monarch realm experts are no match for them. However, they practically couldn't even resist that young man. I think that Yan Yi is finished. Not only Yan Yi is finished, I think that many disciples of the ancient sword school are finished as well. Look! That black-clothed fellow is dragging over more corpses. Someone suddenly spoke loudly. Countless people looked over towards the distance, and they saw a black-clothed figure slowly dragging over a dozen corpses in their direction. All of these corpses had sword chests on their backs, and they wore the emblem of the ancient sword school. The black-clothed figure walked over to the city gates and casually tossed the corpses up before the iron chain in his grasp shot up to the city wall and hung them on the wall. After that, he vanished on the spot. That black-clothed fellow is from the Tao Order's hidden path, and that young man seated cross-legged on the ground is probably a Tao Order steward. A man in luxurious robes spoke solemnly from a corner of the area. The hidden path? A Tao Order steward? The woman who stood by his side asked. The two paths that are the most mysterious and strongest in the Tao Order? He nodded in response. Alas, looks like the Tao Order is really serious now. Brother Yang is in danger. It was Li Maozhen and Li Qingyi. The Tao Order was determined to regain its lost honor, so it had spread the word throughout the north of Pine Prefecture that it had set up an arena outside Martial Enlightenment City to compete with the younger generation of the ancient sword school. No, it wasn't a competition, it should be called a life and death battle. After they heard of the news, Li Maozhen and Li Qingyi rushed over immediately. It wasn't just them, countless other geniuses and cultivators in the north had rushed to Martial Enlightenment City. This time, while a war hadn't erupted between the ancient sword school and the Tao Order, they had no doubt that it was definitely the most severe conflict in the history of the two sections. It was even to the extent that it might escalate to war between these two platinum-rank sects of the north. If they were to enter into war, then the entire north of Pine Prefecture would be transformed into a battlefield. Because practically all the powers beneath the platinum rank throughout the north of Pine Prefecture were aligned with either one of these two platinum rank sections. It could be said that the attention of all the powers in the north were focused on Martial Enlightenment City. Li Qingyi asked. Has the ancient sword school not sent anyone here? Li Maozhen replied. How could the ancient sword school be unaware when the Tao Order caused such a commotion? If I'm not wrong, then its geniuses should be on the way to Martial Enlightenment City. However, I don't know if Lu Weiner will come. If she does, then the Protector of Order will definitely come as well. If both of them come, then the younger generation of both the Tao Order and Ancient Sword School would definitely suffer heavy losses. In short, the situation is getting more and more out of control. The Ancient Sword School has lost even more disciples. Someone shouted. They looked over and saw that over a dozen more corpses had appeared on the city walls, and all of them were disciples of the Ancient Sword School. Why hasn't Yang Yi arrived until now? Could he be afraid? It's probably impossible. Yan Yi's a ruthless fellow, so he probably wouldn't be afraid. It might be that he was delayed by something. That may not necessarily be the case. He would be considered to have won if he arrives at the Ancient Sword School, and the Ancient Sword School would protect him as well. If he returns here, then he might die here. After all, the Tao Order has even sent members of the Hidden Path and a Tao Order steward. Don't worry, even if Yan Yi doesn't come, other disciples of the Ancient Sword School would still come to fight the Tao Order. The Tao Order suffered such a humiliation earlier, so if Yan Yi doesn't come, then it would be the Ancient Sword School which loses face instead. Suddenly someone exclaimed, Is that Yan Yi? All the others looked over, and they saw a man who wore a green robe and carried a sword chest on his back walking slowly towards the city gates. Li Maozhen and Li Qingyi had looked over as well, but they frowned slightly because it wasn't Yan Yi. He isn't Yan Yi. Some of the people here could recognize Yan Yi, so they immediately determined that it wasn't Yan Yi when they saw him. Meanwhile, the young man who sat before the city gates suddenly opened his eyes, and he glanced at the man before he said, You're not Yan Yi. The green-robed man replied, Didn't you Dao Order want to challenge the younger generation of my ancient sword school? So, it doesn't matter if I'm Yan Yi or not, right? The young man nodded. You're right, so attack then. Oem! A sword howl shot into the sky from his sword chest, and then a strand of terrifying sword intent erupted from within him. Once level heaven rank sword intent. Someone exclaimed. However, the sword intent suddenly dispersed, and then everyone watched as the green-robed man just fell to the ground. The surroundings fell silent to the point even a falling needle could be heard. Everyone gazed at the young man at the city gates. He was still seated cross-legged, and he showed no signs of having moved. Too weak. The young man shook his head before closing his eyes. Too weak. A sword cultivator with heaven-rank sword intent was too weak. Everyone here was beyond shocked. At the same time, they felt even more reverence to the Dao Order. How formidable! Li Qingjia's eyes were filled with shock because she hadn't even seen how he attacked. Indeed, Li Maozhen had a solemn expression in his eyes. Big brother, were you able to see how he attacked? I only saw a shadow, Li Maozhen said. His speed had surpassed the speed of a peak monarch realm expert, and it's at least 10 times the speed of sound. Actually, that sword cultivator was dead since the moment his sword intent surged out. However, even he hadn't noticed his death because it was too quick. He's the fastest person I've seen in my lifetime. If Brother Yang's strength is still the same as that day, then he'll absolutely not be a match for that young man. Will he come? Definitely. Why? Li Maozhen smiled but remained silent. While another disciple of the ancient sword school had been instantly annihilated, there were still more disciples of the ancient sword school who came over and challenged the young man. However, there was no exception, and every single one of them hadn't been able to resist a single move. So, more than 40 corpses had been added to the corpses hanging on the city wall. The young man who sat cross-legged there spoke abruptly. If Yang Yi still doesn't come in 15 minutes, then cripple one of the younger woman's hands. If he doesn't come in 30 minutes, then cripple all her limbs. Kong Lian had a savage expression on the corners of her mouth as she said, No, I have a better idea. Tempest Mountain Range. At this moment, Yan Yi had quite an unsightly expression because almost 100 monarch realm eagles were around him. Not only were they enormous to the point that they blotted out the sky, but they were also covered in electricity. Moreover, they were extraordinarily swift. So even if he executed Horizon Warp, he still hadn't been able to shake them off. Most importantly, the eagle in the lead was at the half-saint realm. The black eagle which led the group gazed at Yan Yi as it spoke in a low voice. Human! Flying is prohibited on my Tempest Mountain Range. Don't you know that? Or perhaps you're looking down upon my Tempest Mountain Range? Yan Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then a wisp of ferocity surged into his eyes. He really didn't want to waste any time here. But right when he was about to attack, a voice suddenly resounded from behind him. Seniors, I'm Yu Wushuang from Matchless City, and this is my friend. He has urgent matters to attend to, so can you excuse him this time? Yan Yi turned around and saw that Yu Wushuang had suddenly appeared not too far behind him with the old man. Matchless City? The black eagle's gaze descended onto Yu Wushuang. Yu Wushuang nodded, and then she waved her hand. 5 monarch realm inner cores appeared before the eagle as she said, It's just a small token of my gratitude, I hope you'll accept it. The black eagle pondered deeply for a moment before it opened its mouth and sucked in those inner cores. After that, it glanced at Yang Yi and said, Only this time. Yang Yi turned around to glance at Yu Wushuang and said, Thank you. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi stomped his foot against the ground, and then his figure shot up explosively and vanished into the sky. However, he hadn't even traveled 50 kilometers when someone else obstructed his path. It was none other than the black-robed man who led the group that attacked Yu Wushuang's group earlier. Because of certain reasons, I hadn't been able to utilize my true strength earlier. Come, let's have a proper fight. As he spoke, the black-robed man pressed together the fingers on his right hand before slowly moving them in Yan Yi's direction. Fuck off! Accompanying this furious shout from Yang Yi was a sword howl that shot into the sky. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.